Now, members, let's pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Thou members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served. Their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be found. The people, the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
First of all, I would like to use this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to the President of the Republic for the nomination. I would also like to thank this honorable committee for making time for this exercise in this difficult time. Honorable Chair, since 2021, not much has happened, but I remember the last time I was before you, I was carrying something in my belly and the girl is out. So I would add that instead of a child, I now have two. Also, Honorable Chair, on my CV, you would see that when it comes to education, I'm pursuing LLM in International Dispute Resolution, which is an online program. Quite apart from that, Honorable Chair, not much has changed. Thank you.
Very well. Let me start. You've been, at the first time you appeared before us, you are never being a minister. Now you've been a deputy minister for a little over 3 years, or a little less than 3 years, actually. Now, tell us what you have learned in the last 3 years or so that you have been a deputy minister at the Ministry of Information.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Quite frankly, before I had the opportunity to serve as a Deputy Minister for Information, my impression of requirements of the office probably was limited to the impression that most Ghanaians hold, that the office of the Minister for Information and Deputy Minister for Information is limited to propagating government business and selling the work of government. In a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, I was thinking that serving in that capacity was to talk for government. But over the period, I have learned that there is so much more to be done at the ministry, including engagement with stakeholders, engagement and supervision over our respective agencies at the ministry. And I have learned some of the skills that my predecessor and boss, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, used to hold the office.
I'll leave it to the others, but I will come back to you at the end. My issue is really about what to do with bloggers and headlines of stories, which often have nothing to do with the content. I'll come back to that, but for now, I'll give the opportunity to members who wish to ask questions.
The Honorable, I'll come back. I'll give it to you. No, I know. I would like you to start, before the members start, to give us your own assessment of the agencies under the ministry, briefly. I know you have information service, GBC and others. Give us a brief assessment of their strength, weakness, what you see that are going to help change this institution to strengthen them. What do you think you are going to do to strengthen them now that you are in the driving seat?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. With your kind permission, I would like to start with a department under the ministry, but which in itself is considered an entity, which is the Information Services Department. If you look at the organ of the ISD and the work that they've been doing over the period, you would realize that a lot more needs to be done to be in tune with the current trends in terms of digitalization and the way the ISD operate in general. Traditionally, they were doing a lot of below-the-line campaigns in terms of community engagement and sensitization, gathering information from communities and giving government feedback. But you would realize that when they are unable to deliver such services through the campaigns with the information vans due to inadequate vans or financial constraints, the work and the ideas are left on the shelf. So it is important that especially now we expand their reach through digital platforms, trying to assess communities beyond the use of the traditional means of below-the-line campaign. Also, with the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, as you are aware, Honorable Chair, over the years, they've been structured such that they are in tune with the modern broadcasting by a lot of state-owned media, moving from state broadcasting to public service broadcasting. We are aware that pursuant to Article 162 of the Constitution, we do not have any control or supervisory role on the GBC, apart from being the budget holder. But quite apart from that, we engage from time to time to see that the agency is doing well.
Very well. The floor, members. Yes, Sanzarugu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I want to say marhaba to you and also to do a dual congratulation for your nomination and also for exercising your right as a mother to bring two people into fruition. Notwithstanding the very busy schedule that you've had, I know you've had time to also procreate. May the Almighty Allah. Our people say that even in the middle of a storm, you can still embrace precious things. Mr. Chairman, I want to first and foremost premise my question on the priority given to the ministry. The Ministry of Information does a lot of work for government. In fact, some of the things he outlined, basically speaking for government, and even in many cases doing propaganda for government. But the priority accorded the ministry is among the lowest. I, for instance, see in the allocation of resources, the ministry has one of the lowest budgets. And not only that, in the actual allocation of resources, Mr. Chairman, sometimes the ministry finds it barely able to get the appropriate level of goods and services to discharge its obligation. I remember in the last budget cycle, the minister, her boss, bemoaned that he had only 800,000 Ghana cedis. 800,000 Ghana cedis, which somebody can even pay from his pocket.
So move on to the question now, please.
Listen, my question is, having partnered the minister at the ministry and now in pole position to be the substantive minister, this paucity of resources impinge on the efficiency and productivity of the workers of the ministry. in particular the ISD. If the whole ministry, for instance, had 800,000, how would you be able to liaise and with the finance minister, and also at cabinet with government to ensure that the requisite level of resources are procured to enhance efficiency and production? I say this mindful, Mr. Chairman, of the fact that there is frustration in the ranks of many of the workers of some of these establishments, especially the ISD. They have no complement of a new van in as many years as it has taken under this government. Not a single new van has been bought. And so public education and some of the things they are supposed to go out and be doing, they are stuck. So we are paying workers who are not working. This definitely is a challenge. How are you going to surmount that challenge?
So much, Honorable Chair. I couldn't agree more with the Honorable Member of the committee because I have to acknowledge that he is the ranking member for the Communications Committee, and they've been very, very helpful in terms of advocating for the ministry. That being said, I would like to inform the House that by the grace of God, in the 2024 budget, the Finance Ministry allocated some funds for the ministry to procure 40 vans for the community engagements and below the line campaign. And I am informed by the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, who is my predecessor, that they have already started the processes and the vans will be delivered in 3 months. I am hopeful that with that addition to the fleet, we will be able to do so much in that space. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would there be an assurance, before I ask my next question, that in 3 months the vans will be delivered?
Well, it's not under her control, isn't it? She has been assured, so you can share her assurance with you.
My second question. Among other functions the ministry seeks to perform is the protection of journalists. And I am very concerned because I've been a journalist for almost 3 decades before transiting into politics. So, as the people say, no matter how disenchanted the old soldier is, he will not shy away from the barracks. Mr. Chairman, there are 2 problems that are identified in this protection of journalists. 1, the paucity of funds. And 2, intimidation, threats, and actually beatings and maimings by party vigilantes against journalists, ostensibly on account of reportage that they are not comfortable with. As the minister, if this committee gives you the nod, how are you going to work to ensure that these 2 troubling twin evils that militate against the effective protection of journalists in the normal course of their duties are secured to enhance the protection of our journalists?
Honorable Chair, first of all, I would like to acknowledge that under no circumstance should any journalist be threatened or should fear of reporting what they ought to report because of threats or actual violence on them. I join all like-minded people in condemning any act of threats or use of force on a journalist. That being said, Honorable Chair, it is important that we join hands in public sensitization as to avenues of redress to people who feel there has been some negative reportage against them or they do not agree with journalists in the way they are executing their work. That will come at a collective effort to educate the Ghanaian population that under no circumstance should you think that because someone has reported something against you, you must take the laws into your own hands. But in instances where there has been threats or actual violence on any journalist, we at the Ministry of Information under the leadership of Honorable Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah at the time has sometimes referred the matter to the Ghana Police Service for investigation and also for justice to take its course.
Follow up. In line with this commitment you have exuded, it is on record that one of our brothers who has been a journalist, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be pleased with his soul, Ahmed Swale, was murdered in the course of duty. And to date, there's no closure on the matter. There's no concrete this and that is forthcoming. What will you do? Will you be interested in following up to see to the conclusion of this matter?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. It is a matter that brings great sadness to me and all of us in the information sector. That being said, I've been briefed by the former minister that the case is still open and there is an active ongoing investigation. So we can only count on the security agencies to double up and make sure justice is delivered to the family and all loved ones.
Chairman, my last question. As a ministry that does work for government, we are also minded that you have a duty to do a dispassionate work to help educate and conscientize Ghanaians. Sometimes the tendency to overindulge and use state resources for the propaganda of your political party, especially we are in an election year. How are you going to put yourself instead to resist that temptation to use state resources to do propaganda for your party?
Honorable Chair, I would like to first of all refer to the earlier submission of the Honorable Member that indeed the money is not at the Ministry of Information. So I assure him that we will not use state resources for political propaganda. We will stick to the rules and allow the entities under the ministry to work accordingly.
Yes, from Pong.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. For the second successive years, Ghana dropped downwards in the annual Global Press Freedom Ranking. Ghana fell 2 places from 60th in 2022 to 62nd in 2023 ranking. How can we improve upon our performance in the 2024 ranking?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. As you are aware, since 2019, Reporters Without Borders, the organization that comes up with the press freedom ranking, they changed the modality or the key indicators that they use to do the assessment. As a result, as the Honorable Member alluded to, they have added additional indicators which requires a lot of work, including the economic conditions of journalists. What the attempt that has been made by government within the period is to lobby for the regional office of the International Fund for Public Interest Media to be established in Ghana. Honorable Chair, as we speak, the office is being set up. Renovations are ongoing for them to start operationalizing the fund and beginning disbursements. I believe this will go a long way to help struggling media houses get the necessary resources to support themselves and be more sustainable so that such an indicator can improve.
How do you intend to enhance government communication when giving the nod as a minister for the sector?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Please, as it stands now, the ministry, when it comes to government communication, the ministry's primary role is to assist the various MDAs come up with communication strategies and execute those strategies. This is because in most instances, we are not the source of, we are not the implementing organization of most of the government projects. So what we do is to encourage them to come up with a PR plan. We help them with the key tools and skills so that we can execute it successfully. And over the period, as you are aware, we've been embarking on a number of campaigns with the MDAs to make that successful. Also, we have a platform at the Ministry of Information called the Minister's Press Briefing, where we put the key sector ministries and agencies on schedule to come and sell their success stories to Ghanaians. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Sam George.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And Honorable Minister nominee, congratulations on your elevation by His Excellency the President. The first question I want to ask is how, if given the nod by this committee and approved by plenary, how, as Minister for Information, you are going to deal with the growing menace of misinformation and disinformation, especially using artificial intelligence tools, and what we see in this space where even government and party operatives are actively pushing this misinformation and disinformation agenda, given the high stakes of the 2024 elections. What are you going to do as Minister?
Honorable Chair, misinformation is a very big problem. In fact, the last time the press freedom ranking came out, the Reporters Without Borders mentioned that the impact of misinformation is going to be even more adverse than the COVID pandemic. This is because now we have a bit more sophisticated system, and people are able to mimic the truth or reality in such a way that even the most level-headed and thoughtful person may be deceived. As a result, the ministry is engaging key stakeholders within the information sector to do a number of things, one including fact-checking. There are several fact-checking organizations in Ghana, including Dubawa, who take some key publications or utterances from prominent members of society, including politicians, and subject it to a test and verify whether the information they've put out is correct or not. Also, on our part as a ministry, it is important that we don't leave a vacuum or we don't waste time when it comes to responding should any matter become of public interest, because people are in haste to know what is going on. And where we fail to respond, it will create a vacuum, leaving a lot of space for people who do not have the best intentions to cook up some stories and put there. So, Honorable Chair, I am minded that should any matter become of public interest and it is required that the government should respond, I am minded to make sure that the response comes in good time. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairman, do I have the permission to ask a follow-up on this? Okay. Honorable Minister Designate, I want a clear-cut plan from you as Minister Designate, because you made reference to Dubawa. Those are private sector players. As the Ministry of Information, like I said, you have active government and party operatives on both sides of the divide pushing this agenda. Specific intervention from your ministry, not relying on private sector fact checkers. You as government, what steps are you going to take as the lead information agency to deal with this menace?
Honorable Chair, please, already the Ministry of Information under the Information Services Department has set up a platform called Ghana Today. The intention is for it to be the original source of government verified information, such that if there is any information out there, because anyone can pick a letterhead and then change the writings on it and put some material on it, and it will mimic the reality. But if you go on the Ghana Today platform, which to some extent is also acting like a fact-checking platform, you are able to assess the most verified information coming from our ministry and government agencies which have been made available to us.
Honorable Minister, Ghana Today platform, fact check. You're behaving like people living in Accra, as if all the communication is around Accra. Those operating various radio stations, they pick unverified publications, uncertified statements, and publish them when it is about government, you will always come back. But when it is about an individual who probably doesn't have the platform to respond, the damage to the individual's reputation is so huge often. Now, how do we propose that beyond the digital platforms, we can reach the communities outside Accra, Kumasi, Takrade, Tema, come to Bekwai, and go to Garu, make sure that the true information is what is shared to them, because they heavily rely on radio for information.
Honorable Chair, I totally agree with you. This has been a very big problem. And we are also constrained by the provisions under Article 1624 of the Constitution, which prevents government from interfering in the editorial independence of even state-owned media. So sometimes there is a thin line between giving advice to a media house, engaging them to ask them to do the right thing, and them feeling that you are interfering in their editorial independence. That being said, a lot of sensitization ought to be done. And I join hands with all the other CSOs and NGOs within our sector who are minded to take up this responsibility. Honorable Chair, when it comes to the content of the various radio stations, TV stations, media platforms, the supervisory role when it comes to content is solely under the National Media Commission. They have the powers to give the guidelines and also to give redress to people who submit complaints on publications that are not fit for purpose. But as it stands now, I pray that the National Media Commission will get the necessary support from the general public so that they can execute that mandate.
Well, you refer to Article 162, 163, 164, but I'm particularly interested in Article 164, and I want to share it so we share ideas on what it refers to. The provisions of Article 162 and 163, that is where guarantees and things are assured in the Constitution, says the provisions of Article 162 and 163 of this Constitution are subject to laws that are reasonably required in the interest of national security, public order, public morality, and for the purpose of protecting reputations, rights, and freedoms of other persons. So the editorial policy, all those things are subject to protecting my reputation, protecting public morality. We appear to have accepted that we can't interfere. And so they pick this meeting here and put a headline that denigrates everything we're doing here. And we say it is the editorial policy. Don't you think we should rethink the way we view the so-called media freedom?
Honorable Chair, point well noted. And I believe there is so much more we can do in advocacy and also seeing to the rapid passage of the broadcasting bill when it is brought before the House. There are a lot of vacuum when it comes to the regulatory powers of the NMC vis-a-vis that of the spectrum regulators, which is NCA. We are hoping that, God willing, the passage of the broadcasting bill would be able to seal some of the vacuum that we have in the space, so that in terms of content regulation and how to seek redress, we'll have a clear direction as to how we are going about it. And the NMC will also be clothed with the powers to deal with the people causing such infractions appropriately.
Yes, some may continue.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'd like to ask the Honorable Minister nominee, in an earlier response to the Honorable ABA Hussaini, you indicated correctly that the GBC is not under the direct management of the ministry. You only provide policy direction and supervision. However, in providing that policy direction and supervision, and I know we are live on GBC, how are you going to, as minister, address the issue of legacy debts sitting on the books of GBC? And how are you looking to remodel the GBC through policy to ensure that it is able to reflect the likes of Deutsche Welle, DW of Germany, which is a public service broadcaster, or BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation? What steps do you intend to, policy directions do you intend to introduce to deal with the mounting debts at GBC and transform it in such a competitive landscape? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. With regards to the legacy debts at GBC, the briefing that I received from the management is to the effect that we have 3 categories of debts. One has to do with bills. As you are aware, we brought before the Communications Committee at the time that GBC was owing ECG to the tune of about 27 million Ghana cedis. As we speak today, the government has been able to absorb about 17 million and has asked GBC management to try to raise the rest. The GBC management have also assured us that they are not going to accrue additional debts, so that over the period they will be able to pay the rest. There is another set of debts which has to do with judgment debts. I have been given the assurances by management that for some of the judgment debts, they have paid quite some huge sums of the awards given. In some instances, they have put a challenge at the court to challenge the award. And because those matters are still in the court, they are waiting for judgments. There is another category of legacy debts which has to do with the long service awards of retired staff. As we speak today, Honorable Chair, I'm happy to report that the GBC management have informed me that they've been able to meet a payment arrangement together with my predecessor, and by the end of the second quarter of 2024, which is end of June, they would have been able to sort all the legacy debts with regards to long service awards. And they are going to publish the payment schedule by April 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. And I hope that if the House approves you, you will work closely with the Select Committee on Communications to monitor especially the payment of long service awards to staff of GBC, because if they've spent all their years serving the country, whatever is due them is only right that GBC makes those payments. My last question, Chairman, is to seek the opinion of the minister nominee, given the challenges for the Ministry of Information. I mean, as the Honorable ABA Husseini pointed out, when you and your boss, your immediate past boss, your predecessor appeared before the committee, it was heartbreaking to hear that in 2023 you received only 800,000 Ghana cedis for operational activity. Given the lack of funding for the ministry, there is a school of thought that says we should scrap the ministry and hand over the, for want of a better phrase, propaganda function or the communication function of the ministry to the Presidential Communications Directorate. Since there's a presidential spokesperson, let them speak on every aspect of government so that the Office of Government Machinery, which has more resources, would then be able to finance government communications properly. What is your candid opinion relative to this position?
Honorable Chair, as we live in an information age, it will be an incurable harm should the Ministry of Information be scrapped. If anything, I am of the belief that we should advocate for more allocation and to let people know the importance of the ministry. Honorable Chair, when the ministry was made at a point in time with the Communications Ministry, if you had been to the Ministry of Information building or the ISD building as we have today, the evidence of the struggles of the various agencies under the ministry was not something that you could even have words to explain. It pays that we have a sector ministry that is minded, that despite the fact that the key entities under the ministry are not income generating, they play a public duty. We need to pay attention to them. It has helped improve the fortunes of the agencies under the ministry. Also, Honorable Chair, I am happy to inform you that the GBC that we knew of yesterday is not what we have today. The GBC is growing, although steadily. The GBC that we had used to have only one channel. As I speak to you today, Honorable Chair, apart from the GTV that you know, we have the GBC News, we have the GTV Sports, we have the G Learning channel, we have the Lifestyle channel, and Obonu. And I won't be surprised if the management adds other platforms to the GBC brand. And it is very good because in difficult times, they have really come through for us in terms of sports or digital education, online education, among others. So please, Honorable Chair, let us keep the Ministry of Information and advocate for more investment and more support for the ministry and its agencies so that they can thrive.
Chairman, just one last follow-up. Since the minister in a previous answer spoke about fact-checking, I just want to fact-check the minister right here and let you know that GBC's additional stations did not just happen. It happened under the Honorable Mahama Yarega when GBC's stations moved from 1 to 6. And so it's yes, there's improvement in GBC, but just to fact-check you on that one, it didn't just happen. In fact,
well,
I think that...
So what is the fact which is checked?
The fact that it's being checked...
You're only confirming what she said.
No, she said it is the GBC that we used to know is now growing. And I'm saying
Yes.
that the growth started a long time.
Well.
In fact, Honorable Ejare was at the opening.
It is a fact that it is not as it was when I was a schoolboy. When we used to go on a tour there, the situation has changed. That's a fact. Very well. Yes, Honorable Atacha.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council, I see that your religion is Islam, which permits that a man should have more than one wife. Yes. And you are a lawyer. You are able to handle that situation?
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I am happy to say that I contracted marriage under 2 key regimes. Customary law, because if you want to marry a Kusasi girl from Garu, you can't say because of Islam you are not paying the cattle. So I was married under customary law and also did the nikah, which is Islamic marriage. But under our Ghanaian, our current dispensation, if you do just the nikah, it requires registration. And if you don't register, it is not recognized under the Mohammedan law, as we have on our law books now. That being said, Honorable Chair, I was clear in my mind at the time of contracting the marriage that both instances are potentially polygamous marriages. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Grateful. Mr. Chairman.
But would you be kind enough to share this very beautiful custom and a religious practice among young women? It looks like the information now focus on the foreign one, wedding, one man, one wife, that contract. There's very little information on customary law marriages and Islamic marriage. Would you want to spend some more time educating young women that under Ghana customs, every Ghanaian custom, the marriages there are potentially polygamous?
Honorable Chair, interestingly, under our Ghanaian laws, I believe when it comes to marriages, I am thankful to my law lecturers at the Ghana School of Law, who taught me family law. We have the options to contract marriage under 3 regimes. We have marriage under Part 1 of the Marriages Act, which is ordinance marriage, which is monogamous, which is defined as a marriage between a man and a woman. So it is monogamous and is specific in terms of number and specific in terms of sex. But the other 2 has to do with customary marriages in Ghana. You can register, but registration is not a requirement in customary marriages in Ghana. And it is potentially polygamous. And in fact, under customary law, it does not have limitations on the number of women a man can marry. But under Islamic law, we contract marriage based on provisions in the Quran and Hadith. And for lack of words, I can refer you to chapter 4 of the Holy Quran, which has to do with Surah An-Nisa. If you read that surah, you get more perspective into how you should select a spouse, how Islamic marriages are contracted.
Okay. Yes, Council, I have to. This was just an aside. I have to congratulate you on your nomination. And I'm always overjoyed to see an educated woman. And where they are placing you, I know you are going to deliver. A few times I heard you, I realized that you are very sound in mind and you are well cultured. But my worry is that you are in a terrain where disrespect, contempt, even acerbic language, insults. At the end of the day, you open, what's it called, a television station, and you find NDC lady, has crossed swords with an MPP lady, and the content of the fight is not about logic, substance, but sometimes they are throwing tantrums. Yeah, that's what I'm stating my position. Yes, so that you state it. How are you able to stand in this office with all the turbulence and what is going on now, that people are more committed to emotions, rather than facts? How do you fit into such a terrain?
Honorable Chair, as a gender advocate, as we mark International Women's Day today, I would like to advocate once again that we need to hear a lot of feminine or women voices. The examples that we have to give, the dynamics, the perspectives that we bring to the table is so important. And I do not want a situation whereby too many women, bright, very sound, very collected, they have a lot of opinions, but they are afraid of the space. Even in civil society, other places, if you say, oh, politics, they'll say, me, I don't want to be part of that thing. I don't want to be called names and all that. But, Honorable Chair, in every dark space, we need to send the candle. It is only when the good people say we have given up, we've thrown our hands in the air, that we leave the space for people who only want to make noise. There is a way to show another example, and it's to put people who are there for quality arguments and who are there to discuss issues, to panel them on various platforms. It will give the Ghanaian population the opportunity to assess the two and begin to tilt towards and give more traction to people who come to discuss issues and not those who come to fight.
Yes, I've seen that you had a stint at the office of the president as a deputy communications director from January 2017 to January 2021. There's a school of thought that this government of government communication personnel, those who are located at Jubilee House, and what you are about to do, there'll always be a dissonance in terms of, what they will say, communicating from the presidency, and where you'll be communicating from the Ministry of Information. And what is worse, there'll be a vying for resources. Do you see this as a painful duplication that in the office of the president, there's a whole communication outfit, and then at the same token, the president has appointed a minister, for information? Do you think it should be synchronized, or we should leave this to be? So, you'll be fighting for space.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. With the experience that I had at the Office of the President and the one I had at the Ministry of Information over the period, I realized that in terms of roles, we are doing two completely different things. Working at the Jubilee House, working at the Communications Directorate at Jubilee House is like working as a corporate affairs director of an organization. We manage the brand of the president's archive. We manage his archives, his pictures, his engagements, his international trips, for also international media coming with foreign delegations to perform functions that require accreditation, among other things. So it's more or less like managing in terms of corporate communication. And the Ministry of Information's work extends beyond what happens at Jubilee House, because we have agencies under the ministry who would require the leadership and advocacy of a sector minister. And also when an agency has a crisis, we do a lot of crisis communication, as we did during the COVID pandemic. From planning to productions to executing those and distributing to various media houses, all fall under the Ministry of Information. So they are completely different things, although in name they may sound as the same thing.
One more, okay. Nominee, it is a perception, very strong one, that of late you can pay some journalists good money just for purpose of vilifying another individual. So this is good money for you. Would you do this job for me? Disgrace this individual or paint this institution black. Let the government look bad. Do you think that is the core values of journalism, or we should bring, first of all, let me ask you, do you perceive a high journalist who is doing a dirty job for somebody as practicing criminality? Then I'll follow up with a question. Do you consider it criminal?
Honorable Chair, it is not something that I have patronized before, so I'm a bit constrained because I don't have a lot of insight into that. But I don't think anybody should contract a journalist to spoil another person. If anything, if you have an alternative information which is relevant to any public discourse or to enlighten people, it is okay to reach out to someone to also share your perspective. But I don't think it's a good thing to contract people to denigrate or spoil the image of others.
Do you consider it as criminal that somebody took good money from an individual to destroy the reputation of another person or institution or even the government? Do you consider that as criminal? And if you think so, do you believe that we should bring the Criminal Libel Act back? Because some people believe that the cheapest thing to do is to receive money and destroy another person, and then you go scot-free in the name of press freedom.
Honorable Chair, I think it is immoral. I think it is improper behavior. But saying it's criminal is a bit reaching.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Fatima, congratulations. We keep complaining about information vans, and you also say that we are in a digital era. You also stated here that at least your predecessor said that few vans are being procured, and hopefully they're going to arrive soon. Young people of today are always on their phones. And when the vans are out there, as you all witness, even when the ambulance siren is blowing, we don't even care because our ears are plugged with various devices. How are you going to make sure that the information you're going to transmit using the vans and also leveraging on the digitalization, how are you going to ensure that we synchronize that to ensure that information is well reached? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Chair, at the Ministry of Information, we use multiple approaches so that we can reach the Ghanaian populace. When it comes to young audience, we have one of the most vibrant platforms on social media. Collectively, the ministry's platform, the ministry's handle on various social media platforms have over 1 million following. So when we have any program that we are showing on TV, for instance, this vetting, if you go on the Ministry of Information social media handles, you would also realize that we stream the programs live. We sometimes also partition, we cut short videos that can be circulated on WhatsApp and other platforms for the purpose of mass education. But we are also aware that there is also a generation, at least a quarter of the population that is above 35 years, who may not be as IT savvy as always going to social media as their primary source of information. So we use the print and the traditional electronic campaign materials.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, there is a worrying trend, and we keep shifting from one agency and one ministry to the other. Once somebody sits behind a console, whether it's a professional journalist or not, he's termed a journalist. And if there is a controversial, extremely controversial issue, which is not against the journalist, GJ will say that he's not part of the association. But if the table turns and the journalist is, or the person behind the console is affected one way or the other, then you find everybody in the media space chastising the other party. How are we going to mitigate this effect? For instance, if a journalist or somebody sits behind console and damage me to whatever level, nobody makes a comment. And if you happen to meet the GJ president, he will tell you that he is not a member of GJ. But that same act, if my lover should get to the station and assault this person, then you find the whole of the media space chastising whoever did that. How are we going to get this effect mitigated, and how well can we manage that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. This is a very important question, because when there is no clear-cut route to seeking redress, when you feel you have been abused or you have been denigrated by any journalist, then even those who do not take the matters into their own hands are really pained. And it's over the period strains the relationship between the public and the media. That being said, it is true that the Constitution guarantees freedom of association. So GJ is unable to coerce everybody to join the association. But of course, because they are the most prominent...
What policy direction do you intend bringing to bear, if you are giving the nod, in helping GBC get to the place that we all want it to be? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. In terms of policy, as I said, we are clear. The government is clear that we should move like all developed worlds and countries from state broadcasting to public service broadcasting. So the management is empowered to be mindful of our social and political context and just curate the kind of programs that are fit for purpose and are useful for everybody. That being said, when it comes to bursary supports, we try as much as possible to lead them to access funding so that the necessary transformations can occur at GBC.
We have about 9 months to go. So if you are giving the nod to be our Minister for Information, you don't have that much time. What are the few things that you intend doing to improve the Ministry of Communication in Ghana? Sorry, Information.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I have been briefed by my predecessor that we are set to host 2 international conferences, one in May, another somewhere August or September. In May, we are hosting all journalists and key stakeholders in the information sector from across Africa for the 3rd African Media Convention. It's a place where, in terms of legislations or proposals for legislations, we'll be able to dialogue and share policy ideas and get the best situations on the continent and bring it here for implementation. We are also waiting patiently for the delivery of the 40 vans for the Information Services Department. Already, the ISD has undergone transformation. The Office of Head of Civil Service has helped with the reorganization of ISD in terms of organogram. And when we get the tools, we will be able to reorganize in terms of logistics. So, Honorable Chair, so far, these are some of the key things that I'm praying to be in the position to execute if I get the blessing of this August committee.
Yeah, I wish you all the best.
Okay, leadership now.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable, congratulations. And thank you for sharing your opinion on aspects of marriage. And thank Honorable Samuel Atachia for eliciting that from you. I will start this way. On your CV, I noticed that you've spent much of your time as a politician. You've worked barely 1 year outside politics. Is it a choice or a just coincidence that so far you spent your entire life being a politician?
Honorable Chair, please, that is not a reflection of what's on my CV. I humbly submit that when I left the University of Ghana in 2010, within the period and before I got the opportunity to serve His Excellency the President as a campaign aide in 2015, I worked at various organizations as a low-level staff, but that is at the time according to the certificate that I was holding.
Well, I have on your CV, page 2, employment history, administrator, Sage Bank Share Limited, January 2015 to June 2016. House manager, Lansdowne Ebru Heights Resort, Ebri, October 2013 to June 2014. National service. The rest if you were to add all those, just above 1 year. So when you say that is not a reflection of what's on your CV, is it the case that you've done some other things which are not on your CV?
Honorable Chair, please, it is not just 1 year, please, if you can, about 3 years, all put together.
So let's work it out. Sage Bank Share Limited, Accra, January 2015 to June 2016. That's just about, what, 6 months? A year and 6 months. How can that be?
January 20.
Yes. Yes. So 2 years in total. Yeah, 1.5 years. So what I'm saying is just over 2 years. If you were to add the bank, the house manager, which is October 2013 to June 2016.
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
All right. Same on your CV. Extracurricular activities. Are you still a member of Let My Vote Count?
Not at the moment, Honorable Chair, not an active member.
But the way you've done the CV is open-ended. You just said 2016 and then left it. So anybody could say that you are still. Founding member, NPP Girls Leadership Initiative. What was that about?
Please, that is on my political contribution or what I've done within the political space and not in the formal sector. But that is an NGO that we started visiting rural areas for free medical screening and also community sensitization.
The Girls was community sensitization.
That's correct.
Are you still doing that?
Honorable Chair, not any longer.
So you are no longer, you are no longer girls. You are now what? He says it's open-ended. It's also as if you are still girls. Now, on 1st February 2024, Adom Online reported, and I quote, "New patriotic party does not have a problem with elections date change." And the story is attributed to you. Were you speaking as a deputy information minister or a party person?
Honorable Chair, I remember I have made such a comment on Affirmative, where I was invited for a panel discussion, late afternoon political panel discussion. And I was reiterating the positions that the Director of Elections of the party had already mentioned.
So were you on the program as a Deputy Information Minister or a party rep?
As a party rep, as a panelist.
Okay,
yes.
Good. So as someone who is very loyal to your party and also an information, Deputy Information Minister, going to be Information Minister, how do you, when you are speaking, how anybody watching you speaking, how is a person able to tell whether you are speaking purely for Ministry of Information or you are doing party work?
Honorable Chair, usually the platforms are different. At the Ministry of Information, when we want to do advocacy on our own behalf or for any of the MDAs, we make sure we get some time allocated to us, not in a banter or panel discussion. And we go there and give the preamble that we are here to educate on the subject matter. Or we use our Minister's Press Briefing platform to do the advocacy. But usually when the media houses invite you into the studio, The unspoken rule is that they want balanced perspectives from both sides of the coin. And as a result, we are able to engage in an open debate, although I also serve in an official capacity.
Okay. Well, I always used to think a coin have three sides. The edge is also a side, I guess. The edge. Is the edge, eh? Okay. It's not a side. Okay. Colleagues have already asked you about some of your operations, one of them which is Information Services Department. Honorable ABA actually lamented. I thought he was actually doing advocacy for you in terms of you getting more resources. We all see the numbers. It's nothing to write home about. Yet you are still encouraging government to buy you more vans. Are you really sure that just by government giving you more vans would in any way improve your services? Because the vans don't come automatically with fuel. It will have to be serviced. How would the provision of these vans without corresponding funding improve your work?
Thank you for the question. Honorable Chair, by vans, we are talking about the vans and the other things to complement the vans. But when we get the vans, Honorable Chair, it will really help improve the work we do at the ministry, because already we have a lot of materials. We've done a lot of productions on Green Ghana, on other civic issues. And the challenge is that now if the dissemination is limited to only traditional media, you need to buy airtime. Because even for GBC, which is state-owned, they need to manage it in a way that it will be sustainable. So we still need to buy airtime for some key activities. As a result, and as you have mentioned, the ministry does not really have the muscles to buy airtime for every single campaign. So if we diversify how we deploy the information, some can go on air, others can go on social media. In rural communities, we can use the cinema van system to also disseminate the same information.
You considered the fact that many rural communities, including mine, these days, they have self-determined and have installed something they call information centers. It's sometimes with 5,000 cedis, they are able to buy some form of transmitters, megaphones, and installed it. So in the past, we used to say gong beaters, and it looks like we've run out of gong beaters. So the communities have installed this, which actually in some communities you realize that they're even able to tune into radio stations directly into their community station. Don't you think this is a cheaper and more sustainable way of information? Of course, they can't show videos. I mean, they can do voice transmission. Would you consider making it a project so that you can support communities to do this? So it will take part of your information dissemination. Would you consider that?
Honorable Chair, the information centers are integral to most of the below-the-line campaigns that we run. In fact, in most districts, when we deploy our district information officers, they use the same platform to disseminate information. But they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we believe if we are able to also get the videos, they will complement the services that are delivered by the information centers.
When are you expecting these vans?
Honorable Chair, according to the brief that I received from my boss, he says in 3 months.
3 months?
That is correct, Honorable Chair.
Do you have any vans that are operational currently at all?
Honorable Chair, yes, please, but they are less than 50.
Less than 50?
Yes, please.
How many were they initially?
The last time the vans were procured were in 2007. 10 vans were procured. But since then, we've not procured vans. So there was a fleet over 100, but most of them have deteriorated. and we try to maintain the few that are working by changing parts and doing some adjustments so that they can serve some rural communities.
How successful has been the Meet the Press your ministry have been organizing, in your view?
Honorable Chair, it has been very successful. It's been one of the most successful projects that we've executed within the period. In the past, it may be difficult to assess a minister, but when we have the Meet the Press, apart from the press corps that are attached to the ministry, other journalists also come from their own media houses to ask the ministers questions. And it enhances the kind of public discourse that we have on every single subject matter that has come up.
Chairman, I have no further question.
Very well. Deputy Leader, before.
Honorable Fatima too. Abubakar, congratulations on your nomination. Let me take you back to your CV again. You were secretary to Let My Vote Count, 2016. What was the objectives of the Let My Vote Count Alliance at the time?
Honorable Chair, at the time, we were advocating for a new register, a biometric register, and we believed in the cause that bringing biometric verification and all those will help enhance the credibility of the voter register. So I was one of the ordinary Ghanaians who believed in the cause and lent my hand to the group at the time.
Did you also champion the cause of a new government led by Nana Akufo-Addo?
At the time, when we started Let My Vote Count Alliance, I wasn't a campaign aide. It was later in November 2015 when I got the appointment to work as an aide for the president.
But you are aware that the Let My Vote Count Alliance was really a very powerful machine in the quest to change the NDC government for the MPP government.
Honorable Chair, at the time, the organization was drawn from different political parties. On top of my head, I remember we used to have some members of PNC and even PPP at some point as members of the alliance. So we were united for that common
Wonderful.
cause.
Truly so. Very passionate about the Ghana we wanted at the time. And so I'm not faulting anybody that was so determined. But people really, truly believed that the MPP government was going to bring the paradise we were dreaming of. Now, let me ask you a follow-up question. Today, after 7 years, we have a bankrupt economy. A government that has really obviously told the world that we can't pay our debt. You know what I mean. We've gone back to the IMF. Our inflationary numbers have started going up again. All of the promises, including one district, one factory. In every district, in fact. One district, $1 million. One constituency, $1 million. And a long list of, if I can take you to other areas and to tell you to sign up in people who were so passionate. What, in your view, after 7 years, will you describe what your passion was at the time, and after all these 7 years, the things that true Ghanaian, and be very honest, and speak like an ordinary Ghanaian who is going through so much after 7 years?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. After 7 years, I am someone who feels fulfilled that I joined a cause that led to the election of President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo as President of the Republic. Of course, Honorable Chair, we have had some turbulent times from 2020 to 2022. That being said, as a daughter of Moshi Zongo, born and raised in one of the most deplorable parts of Kumasi and Ghana, to be precise. A lot of children in my communities never had the opportunity to go to school. I remember when my brother completed JHS at Buokrom MAJHS Block B in the year 2000, we had another neighbor who got aggregate 7 to go to Tia Media in 2000. It saddens my heart that because the family could not afford, he never, he never had the opportunity
It's in
to
the
go
Constitution.
to school. By the grace of God.
We are all aspiring to get there. I know.
Honorable Chair, I am happy to say that after President Akufo-Addo became President of the Republic, in 2018, I went back to Moshizongo, and in my house, and with your kind permission, let me describe my house to you. We live in a compound house. If you have about 24 rooms inside, around the house, you have other outer attachments, about 24 rooms. And in every room, Mr. Chairman, you get about 5 people in there. And from my house alone, 8 young men and women had the opportunity to go to school because of free SHS. In fact, there was a time a mother called me that her son got day school. And if we don't put the boy in boarding school, even the cost of transportation to move from Moshizongo to Tia Media will be a problem. I feel fulfilled that I wouldn't be the only educated person or among the few whose parents could afford to educate them. But by the grace of God, with the opportunities, more lawyers, more politicians, more doctors are coming out of my community. And that makes my heart happy.
Nick, that's very important. Let me put it on record. The constitutional drafters envision a future where we will move in that direction in ensuring universal free education, even up to the university level if we have the resources. And that is why President Nkrumah started. That is why President Mahama championed the foundation of it. Now, as we speak today, do you believe that there is the need for us to really take a second look at the free senior high school and really look at all the lapses and strengthen it to make it even better?
Honorable Chair, I agree that there is room for improvements and we can always do better.
Okay. Honorable nominee, I'll take you back to your CV again. I see that you were a board member, Ghana Trade Fair Company Limited, 2017 to 2021. As soon as I saw it, my heart dropped. There was a description that says that you want to know where Ghana, our hopeful future that we started, and where we are now. Just look at the Ghana Trade Fair Company. It was envisioned to basically showcase our industrial prowess, showcasing our innovation. It came long years before African continental free trade. Today, we know confusion, rampant inside dealings, all the plans we have for the Ghana Trade Fair. One brazen afternoon, we know that businesses were destroyed there with the intention that we were going to modernize the place. It is still where it is. Now, can you tell us your 4 years, I guess, achievements at the Ghana Trade Fair Company Limited, and what, in your view, are some of the outstanding challenges that continue to get us to where we are?
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. I may not be able to speak to trade fair issues post-2021 when I left the place. But when I had the opportunity to serve on the board, courtesy the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, this was the state of the trade fair. At the time, the company did not even have title to the trade fair site, not to think of even engaging any investors to come and put a convention center or modern facilities there to enhance the place. In fact, compensations that were supposed to be paid to the traditional authority at trade fair since independence had not been paid. The Trade Fair Center had not organized fairs, to the best of my memory, since 2014. And the place was virtually just left for outgrowing weeds and also for reptiles. By the grace of God, when we got the opportunity to go and work at the Trade Fair Center, I can assure you that over the period, the management and the board worked very hard together with the Lands Commission in the region to ensure that we are able to perfect the title of the company so that they can even proceed with a lot of developments on site. We were able to also resume organizing fairs. In fact, 2018-2019, I attended the International Trade Fair on the Trade Fair site. And I am aware that a week ago, the Ghana Trade Fair Center organized a trade fair at West Hills Mall. But over the period, what they were committed to doing was to perfect the titles, get a team together to get the best of transactional advisors who can guide us to go back to the drawing board, to use the master plan that was left there since independence and see how best we can get the necessary investment to develop the place. I believe continuously that has been the effort that they have
So within your tenure, that was not achieved?
They were able to get the title. They were able to clear phase 1 of the site. They were able to start horizontal developments, as in drainages and other things. But since I left the place, I don't know the additional developments.
Looking back there, what do you think were things that you have done to really probably fast track the vision that you have?
Looking back, I think if there is any land that the government has compulsorily acquired under Article 20 of the 1992 Constitution, it is important that if it's a ministry, they should quickly go for the allocation. If it's an agency that has capacity to acquire a lease by law, they should acquire it. Otherwise, the time for development will come and no investor will take the risk to come and do business with an organization that does not have title or will be subjected to any litigation in court. So that would be my recommendation, Honorable.
Thank you. Let me quickly go back to some numbers I have. The Ghana, what do you call it, Democratic Development, CDD, says 57%, 56% of Ghanaians believe government communication is ineffective. Again, Afrobarometer says only 34% of Ghanaians trust government information to be accurate. How will you prioritize transparency and accountability in government communication to ensure that it's accurate, to ensure that the citizens trust that information that is given out? Because the numbers are really 34%.
Honorable Chair, this is a legitimate concern and it's not falling on deaf ears. When some of these findings from some reputable organization come, we take it in good faith. But I'm happy to announce that now all the government projects, all the sectors, all the programs, the policies that we've implemented, the laws that have been passed for specific agencies, and over 11,000 government infrastructure projects have been loaded on an app and a website known as the Government of Ghana Performance Tracker. In the coming days, we are going to launch that. And some of the features include that if there is a project at a particular location, we've added a GPS address and additional information that can direct you from this room right on your GPS to the site for verification purposes. So we are trying as much as possible to use modern technology to disseminate information that is watertight, that anyone from any part of the world can verify. Thank you.
So a lot of discussions here has centered on the media and the need to make sure that their work will not encroach on the rights of others. But there has been a lot of attacks on media houses. And I'll give you some details here. On October 7th, 2023, a group of 20 individuals stormed the studios of UTV during live broadcast. They as assailants intimidated, and the program had to be stopped. January 13th, a group of about 12 thugs attacked Radio Ada. Same circumstance. In May 2022, 3 men on a motorbike attacked Radio Brenya in Elmina. In January 2021, unknown individual breached security protocols at xylophone. On May 11th, gun-wielding security officers stormed the premises of City FM and also attacked journalists. And the list goes on. It's a long list. Minister, this is very serious. What will you do to ensure that the perpetrators of these brazen attacks on the media houses, the fourth estates, whose work is guaranteed in our own constitutions, are brought to book, and to ensure that they are punished?
Thank you so much for the question, Honorable Chair. I would like to even talk about what we have done and not what we are going to do. For instance, in the specific case of UTV, the Honorable Minister for Information at the time, my boss, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, was one of the first people to reach out to the station and also reach out to the Ghana Police Service to take the necessary action. As a result, the perpetrators were arrested, they were put before the courts, final judgment was given and they were fined. In the instance of Benya FM in Central Region, I personally reached out to the management of the station, I reached out to the district commander. I was informed at the time that an arrest was made. I am yet to pursue to see whether a final decision of the court or judgment has been passed in that particular case. In the case of Ada FM too, the same thing. So anytime there's been an incident, the Ministry of Information joins hands with the journalists, first of all, condemn in no uncertain terms any acts of violence or threat of violence. We also encourage them to send the matter to the police so that the investigations can be done. We have even gone a step further in the past 3 years to set up the Office of the Coordinated Mechanism for the Safety of Journalists in conjunction with the National Media Commission. I must say that that office requires a lot more assistance in terms of funding so that its operationalization will be successful.
With the Minister of Information, a very sensitive ministerial position. The President is now given the responsibility to look at the LGBTQ plus law that has been passed, to sign it in the whole Ghana. A majority of Ghanaians are waiting for the President to sign. Now, if the President sees you, you are the one who is going to communicate government's position. The President asks you for his advice on whether to sign or not to sign. And don't tell me that the President will not ask you. He can. But knowing you, you can also give us your own faith in terms of this LGBTQ. Why you think it's important the President should sign?
Honorable Chair, first of all, if there is any attempt to introduce our children to any sexual orientation that is not known to our Ghanaian culture and traditions, I join the whole of the country to take the necessary steps to make sure the children are protected, to make sure the space is protected. But let me say here again, Honorable Chair, that with the specific reference to the Proper Family Values Bill, I have not seen the final drafts. All that I have heard or seen are speculations in social media. And Honorable Chair, respectfully, in this day and age, it is difficult to take news from social media and form opinion on it. The bigger question is that, as the President mentioned, that his engagement with the diplomatic community.
Let me just help you.
Okay.
Yes, the Parliament has finished its work. In a way, amendment leading to the final. So obviously, the final document is going to be out. But I can assure you, the first Deputy Speaker is here. Unanimous decision of Parliament. Don't wait for the final draft.
Please don't take that advice. Wait for the final draft. Read it yourself as a lawyer and form your own opinion if what you advise.
Last one. The National Media Commission writes to National Communication Authority, insisting that the licenses of Onua FM and Onua TV be suspended. They wrote a letter. In your view, do you think this is in sync with Article 167 of our Constitution regarding the functions of the National Media Commission?
Thank you for the question. Honorable Chair, please, in this specific instance, the matter has not come to my attention, and I'm hearing it here for the first time. Thank you. So please, with your kind permission, I'll go and look for that letter and see the reasons that were stated.
It's in the public domain. I will encourage you to look at it. And so you want to do that. But I wish you all the best.
Chairman, I made a request.
Yes, rank him.
Chairman, for a follow-up, but you said you should finish first. Okay. In the process of answering a question on free SHS, you made a comment which resonates with me in terms of those of us who come from a disadvantaged background. I have just two questions for you. Yes. When did you? Oh, you see, I kept it short. Yes, you came from the same background. When did you go to secondary school?
Honorable Chair, I attended secondary school at Kumasi Academy from 2002 to 2005.
Was free SHS in operation at the time?
No, please.
But you were able to afford it?
I was one of the few families, kids from the community that was able to.
Today, do you need any money at all to attend secondary school? Do you need money to attend secondary school?
Honorable Chair, in terms of basic access, you don't need money to attend secondary school.
What do you describe as access?
Basic access as in, for instance, if you live in a community and there is a secondary school that you can walk from your house to the school fees is catered for, the teachers are catered for, you do not require to make any formal contribution to access the school. But I will admit that, for instance, if you are going to a boarding school and you would require to put together your chop box and buy your toiletries and your provisions, you would require money to get that complementary items to be able to attend school.
You know that up to 2016, you need less than, school fees for boarders was less than 1,000 Ghana cedi. But today, you need more than 5,000 to buy only the items to go to the school. Do you know that?
Well, these are matters of fact, and it depends on which school you're going to.
Because
please,
the chairman,
the
because she's a minister of communication. She's giving information. She's giving out information.
These are personal, Chairman. I think I'm done.
Chairman.
I mean, how much you spend to a school depends on your pocket. Some parents spend more. I know children who are named after me, I take them to school. All you get are the basic things. How much you pay, that costs you depends on you. But that is certainly not a policy. The policy of free SHS, we adopted it. It's reported. How much cost government takes is known. As for the others, I think we should leave that. Please, let's proceed.
Chairman, we are proceeding.
Information minister here. The things we put out need to be clear to the public because we are members of parliament. People walk to our offices in the constituency and ask you to pay monies which are far in more than what, even when school fees were being paid. And they tell you, but it's free SHS. So it's not politics
Your
any
opinion,
longer.
It's okay. It's not, please.
Honorable nominee, I'll leave you. Honorable Mr. Yukami, you said something about, let me just.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, my Honorable Fatima, too. And I also wish you a happy International Women's Day. I'm very happy and highly elated by your delivery here this, what should I say, morning. And I'm highly convinced that we've found the right person for our information ministry. I want to, on a day like this, which is International Women's Day, I want to reiterate that investing in women is not only a moral imperative, it is an economic and social necessity. And I also acknowledge that empowering women is not just the right thing to do, but it is the smart thing to do. By your delivery, I realize that you have the potential to inform Ghanaians of a number of things. We have in our bosom here in Parliament, in the House, the Affirmative Action Bill. It is yet to be debated, but we also have to keep the public, especially our women and children and everybody, informed about what is in the bill and why we have to pass the bill into law. If given the nod, what will be your strategy to ensure that people are well informed, or we create the awareness to ensure that if we are being attacked by people who don't want to see the law, people who understand and rise up to it, do you have a strategy for that, please?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. They say there is strength in numbers. And my first recommendation to the House, especially the Gender Caucus, is that in some of these things, in terms of advocacy, when you get unanimous support, you get the support of the men, you get the support of all key stakeholders, even from the executive, and it is treated as a matter of public interest. That is when you really get a lot of people on board. And you can do that by two ways. First of all, adopt a farming approach. There are so many people over the years who have been fighting for the same cause. If there is a bipartisan approach to get all those people to come on board to help with advocacy in mass media, in the House, in churches, that will be fine. And subsequently, to reach out to people who may be impediments or who may not find reason in passing the Affirmative Action Bill. So more education and continuous education and engagement with all the key people will help us arrive at a bill that is well received. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I get that assurance from you that you are going to support us in that respect?
Honorable Chair, given the opportunity, if I'm blessed by this committee and I get to be minister, I assure you that I will offer you our MOI platform for the caucus to come and engage Ghanaians and talk more on affirmative action.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. You mentioned that it tried to inform. You adopt multiple approaches when you were giving answers to some of the questions that were put to you. One of my observation, especially in my region, Ashanti region, when you move out, the concerns of the people in Ashanti region is that your government has worked has done a number of developmental projects. They've taken a number of social interventions, but you are not being able to articulate these achievements well. As a Minister of Information, you have adopted the meet the press approach. And it's always done in English. Don't you think that the language barrier is not creating the forum for, or the opportunity for people to understand exactly what has been done? And therefore, there is the need to vary the approaches to keep people informed. What would you do differently to let our people, because I'm really impressed by the answer you gave, or the prompting that you gave for the free senior higher education. And I think there are more information out there that can be churned out for people to appreciate that the country is coming to a halt, the country is bankrupt, are all propaganda. And that we have to do away with such statements. But what strategy would you adopt to ensure that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I agree that we can do better in terms of looking at the language map of Ghana and granting adequate representation in terms of the languages that we use. That being said, Honorable Chair, in 2022, we started a project on the Meet the Press platform called the State of the Regions Reports, where we brought each regional minister to come and talk about the things that government has done in the region. By the grace of God, if I get your blessings, what I intend doing is to send the State of the Regions report to every region and make sure we have the town hall formats and we are able to engage community leaders, but also set up exhibition booths for every district assembly, come up with their exhibition materials and show what they have done within the period. So I'm praying that when the time comes, the committee and others will advocate for us to get the needed support in terms of funding to execute that. Thank you.
Honorable, I wish you very well. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, nominee, on this State of the Regions report, will you accept that one of the reasons why the communication doesn't flow is because sometimes there's nothing to talk about? I take you to the Western region. If you tell the Western regional minister to go and trump up roads in the region, I'm sure he will find it very difficult. He will tell you, because I mean, you go to Sekendita Krade or go to from Accra to Agunan Kwanta. So that probably is the reason why that has been a challenge as well. Will you agree?
Honorable Chair, respectfully, I have a different opinion to that. I believe that is not the issue. Every single region that came and used our platform had so much to talk about. The challenge, however, could be that even when they come to Accra, after the press briefing, if we had done it in the respective regions, they will be able to do media tour on the various local platforms with the same journalists who came to cover the events. That will enhance the quality of engagement and conversation therein. Also in Accra, you have to buy airtime for all media houses that are prominent in the region. And as mentioned earlier, sometimes our ministry is constrained in terms of funding to pay for the airtime for us to air all these on various platforms.
Interestingly, on this March, the Western Regional Minister was showcasing his achievements, huge achievement in Takrady. So I'm surprised to say that he has nothing to show, because he's probably not going home in a long while. No, he goes to Zuma, not Takrady. Then goes to Zuma. Honorable Minister, my particular interest is in First, the social media space. There's so much disinformation and deliberate lies put out against individuals, misrepresentation of individuals, the groups that have emerged now called bloggers. They take a statement, bring a headline which has nothing to do with the statement. Unfortunately, those are the statements that are published against the name of the person who granted the interview, and it becomes assigned to you. People repeat it without reading the content. Now, how do you think we can deal with this situation?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Because of the digital revolution, the information space in terms of social media, AI, is something that we are all learning along the way. We did not know better than even the young people who are using it for content creation, among others. Over the period, at least in the last decade, we are building something. And I'm happy to inform you that today in Ghana, the bloggers have brought themselves together and formed the New Media Association of Ghana. GJ plays a supervisory role. They themselves have agreed to sit at the table for us to look at how we can enhance capacity, give the guidance for the best practices, among others. We've been working hand in hand with all of them as a key stakeholder within the sector. In the past, there was nothing like that in existence, and they were working in silos. But since the association came on board a few months ago, we are making progress and see how best they can adopt the best practices. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Are you defining some parameters for them within which to operate?
Honorable Minister, not by policy, but by the rule of law. We are making sure what already exists in our constitution, they are compliant. What they themselves have put under their hand as their code of ethics and have invited all of us to go and launch, they are observing more in compliance than in breach. So now there is something to hold them to, that you formed association to make sure you get the respect, to make sure you are doing the right thing, to make sure your members are acting together as a collective unit, and we are supporting that. So it will be difficult for them to go back on their word when they themselves have initiated this process to engage and make sure they adhere to the best practices.
I'd like to have probably more engagement out of here, but you talked about a platform for the fact-checking. As I've said, for many of the communities outside Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, information is channeled through radio programs. The local language presenters have the tendency to exaggerate in their reports. They create way too much drama around simple facts, such that sometimes the fact itself is lost or missing in the reportage. Sometimes also, their choice is only to pick from the social media, and they have no means of verifying, or they do not verify. You've talked about the Ghana.com. That is only for content that is coming from government. Do you have any plan to look at fact-checking with content not from government, but generally about ordinary people before they publish them?
Honorable Chair, it's a good observation of what actually pertains in the space. But because of all the laws that constrains the ministry, sometimes there is a limit to what we can do outside misinformation relating to government programs and projects or appointees. what we can do within that space is to encourage. Honorable Chair, what we can do within that space is, first of all, to do sensitization and ask people to verify first. Even do sensitization for journalists. Because as you are aware, the media space is not filled with only practitioners who have been through journalism school. There are also people who have had the benefit of practicing because of their talent and their passion for the work. They may not be so minded of what is ethics, what is allowed, what is a threshold you shouldn't reach. So, Honorable Chair, if we had the required support and funding, more engagements and education, and for people to hold themselves accountable, because if I sit here and say we will censor, we will hold them accountable right now, the next story that you will see tomorrow will not be the best. So we are somehow constrained by the current
legal regime. It will not even reflect
regime.
the exact content of what you said. They will give it a heading that will demonize you, not for the fact of what you said, but their choice. And they claim that headings or headlines is the preserve of editors. And yet they'll put it in your mouth. What was the last one which you put against my name? Unemployed graduates are miseducated, and they put my name there. Right? I had an interview at a radio station, and my concern was that our educational system takes us away from the wealth in our land. And so our educational system does not help us to generate wealth from our land. The next time, the headline was, unemployed graduates are miseducated. And they put... I spoke in English. And yet they go and put out something which is totally different. And not many people will read the content. That person who put that out was not at the studio. Obviously, he did not even listen to the interview. But he creates something and put your name against it. And they insist that it is the heading and it is their priority. If it's or your president, why don't you put your name against that and you put my name against that? This is the challenge. Unfortunately, I recall I attended a conference with Honorable St. George in Berlin, and the issue was attack on the media. But then we'll turn the reverse. Who protects the individual who is on everyday basis misrepresented, insulted, and denigrated? Who represents us? Who protects our interest?
Honorable Chair, the National Media Commission has the mandate, and I pray that we will encourage them to crack the whip and enhance enforcement, because if they do that, the public will have the assurances that when there is any such infraction, the perpetrators will be dealt with.
Very well. I'll leave it here. But I want us to keep thinking about the reverse of the allegation that media harassment, because somebody who lives in a different environment comes here 2 days and says that we are harassing media people, when in fact it's the other way around. It's media people who are harassing public office holders, elders, misrepresenting chiefs, community, everybody. So we will continue to discuss how to deal with this menace to the public. On this note, I thank you for attending upon the House.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
A short list of people to acknowledge. Yusuf Abubakar, the Director of Jane Savings and Loans. Thank you for coming to support the nominee Alhaji Alhassan Muftau. Moshizongo Buzanga Chief, we thank you for attending upon the House to our support her. Yunus Mohammed, the Kusasi Waziri Moshi Zongo. We thank you for coming to support the nominee, Abbas Musa Naimi of Moshi Zongo. Thank you. Professor Amin Alasan, the Director General of GBC. We thank you for coming. Mrs. Charlotte Morgan Esiedu, Chief Director of the Ministry of Morgan Esiedu. Oh, okay. All right. Nice to see you. Fatih Lily Swale, the Director of Ministry of Information. Bonhine. Is it Lily, the advisor to the ministry? Okay, Ministry of the Minister Frederick Ajima Mensah, the constituency chair of Kwabri East. Oh, okay. And Alice Zhu, the Director of Procurement of Ministry of Information. We thank all of you for coming to support. Alice Zhu. How can you misrepresent somebody's name like that? We thank you for coming to support the nominee. Nominee, you are discharged now. You will hear from us later. Yes. Hello? Kindly bring the next nominee, please. Member of this. Yes. Kindly administer the oath to the Honorable. Kindly administer the oath.
I,
Dr. Benjamin Yeboah Secretary. I, Benjamin Yeboah Secretary, Doctor,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Yo, nyame bɛboa wo. Kasa yie, nyɛ saa waa.
Honorable Dr. Benjamin Secretary Yeboah.
Mr. Speaker.
You are a very popular MP amongst the ladies in the house. Very, very. Today I noticed that all the women are excited that their husband is appearing before the committee today. I'm surprised that not many of them are here to give you support.
Mr. Speaker, you are right. They are coming. They are on their way.
They are on their way.
Yes,
That's right. All right. You've not appeared before this committee before, but you're a member of parliament. So the most critical thing is that by law and by the constitution, you qualify to be a minister of state or a deputy minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is my second term. I was once deputy of original minister.
Really?
Yes, please.
So you've appeared before us
This
already?
is my second time.
Okay, good to know that. Right. But we will need you to tell us a little more. In the last 3 years, if anything has changed in your CV, kindly share that with us.
Mr. Speaker, what has changed is I'm now a PhD holder. As at that time, I wasn't. That's the only difference now. And
basically, that is the only thing. There is no change. Maybe the committee, I wasn't also on the board, but now I'm on the board of National Pensions, NPRA, as a board member. Then, yeah, that's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. The committee, as it was constituted then, had the benefit of taking you through this process for confirmation as a deputy regional minister. Now you're being assigned to a different role. Tell us what you think you can do differently in the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. By the grace of God, at the first time of Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, I was given a deputy half regional minister to deputize Honorable Evans Opoku-Bobie. This time too, by the grace of God once again, in the wisdom of President, he said I should go and support. I'll be a deputy to Gender, Children and Social Protection. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, you know my talent, and you know what I can do better, not in terms of only women alone, but in terms of children and the social protection. In fact, anytime I move around, I see a lot of street children. It has been one of my Honorable Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chair, I believe that when I talk about my talents, I want to mean the way I relate with people, how social I am. And you know I can do more. That is why in the wisdom of President, he decided that I should go and support the gender ministry.
What more can you do?
I didn't hear your question, Mr. Chairman.
Said you can do more.
Yes.
And I was asking,
in terms of,
can you tell us the more that you can do?
What I believe I can do is, you know, I'm not the main minister, I'm the deputy. So any other role that the minister will assign to me, as energetic as I am, I can support the cause for us to achieve our goal.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, initially what he said was that you know he's good with the women and what he can do.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't say you know I'm good with the women, but you know how I relate with almost everybody, including the women in the house. I can do better to support the gender.
No, nominee, don't be defensive. You can be good with women. It's okay.
Recently, I heard, when I was in the waiting room, I heard speaker talking about how bloggers pick issues and divert it. So I need to clear my name, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
There are no bloggers here.
Very well. In fact, let me put it on record that he's reputed to be a friend of all the women in the house. So we call him the husband of all the women. Nothing antisocial. All right. Now, can you tell us what policy you think or what policy there is to support women, children in particular, children in distress? Do you know of any, and how can you make sure the policy is implemented to the advantage of children in distress?
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, hey, let me use Mr. Chairman. Sorry for Mr. Speaker being used. We went for briefing at the ministry, and there are a lot of interventions, including human trafficking. And I believe that when they were briefing us, there were a lot of issues that concern children, in terms of children being used on the voter lake and the rest. Then I also believe in a policy in terms of school feeding, how government can also expand it to cover almost all schools if there's the need. And I believe all those things are purposive towards children, which if we all advocate for it more, it's going to help achieve so much for the children.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Dr. Eboa, I bring you greetings from the Women Caucus in Parliament. They've asked me to wish you well because you are one member of Parliament who is concerned about the welfare of women generally. So we're not surprised that you've been nominated to the Gender Ministry. We know that your wife is a very lucky woman because you are very caring. And then you are always looking out for women from both sides. And we think that we have to commend you for that. That notwithstanding, there are questions for you to answer to prove that you'll be able to handle this ministry well. Gender-based violence remains a prevalent and devastating issue in Ghana. Despite legal frameworks and initiatives, reports indicate high number of domestic violent areas, sexual assaults, harmful traditional practices, just to mention a few. If you are given the nod, how are you going to assist your minister bring all these to a very barest minimum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there are a lot of domestic issues. A lot of things are being meted against women and maybe children also. And if I'm given the nod, I'm going to assist my minister to ensure. I know there are laws which needs to be enforced. And I know we have to also give a lot of education, sensitization. Some people assume that maybe if they don't beat their partners, then they are not man enough. And I believe that by the grace of God, we have a lot of media houses, which if I'm given the chance, I'm going to champion that. Because I believe that even your child shouldn't be beaten. So your wife being your partner should not be a medium of you trying to exercise your strength. If you have the strength, then let's try and give you the ring so that you can go professional and earn something for the country. So I will be an advocate for that. And the laws should work towards that. Thank you.
Thank you. You are only not man enough if you can't take care of your family. If you are beating your wife, you are not man enough because you should be beating another man so that you see that the strength is equal. Yeah. So man and man, if you are strong enough, fight another man, not your wife. Yes. That would be a very good relief for a change. Yes. So you don't have much time at the ministry. What are some of the things you do to assist your minister make a mark for the country in terms of gender, women, and social protection?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know we don't have time. And I know there are a lot that needs to be done. And when we go to the ministry, I know for sure they will tell us wherever they've reached in terms of some of their policies and ideas. Then I will help my minister for us to execute them. For now, I don't know much because I don't know wherever they've reached in terms of any of their programs. But I know something like school feeding. When we went for a briefing, they told us of outstanding balances which they need to get for the caterers. All these are some of the things we have to fight. We are not going to relax. Not fighting in terms of the normal fighting, but we'll pursue and ensure we get that money for them to settle some of the caterers. So there are a lot we have to do within this shortest possible time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That will be all.
Honorable Atache.
Honorable Dr. Benjamin Yeboah Secretary, congratulations.
Thank you, Ofa.
Yes, I have no doubt in my mind that you're going to add a lot of quality to the place where you are going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm also equally glad that you're a man of intellect, that you've now become a PhD.
Mr. Speaker, I'm also at faculty.
Oh, you're in the law faculty?
About to finish my law school.
Yes. The sky is the limit for you. I can see on your CV that you are a Christian. Can you quote to the hearing of Chairman your favorite scripture.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten.
I'll ask you just one question. You see, in the area of social protection, if I understand it very well, do you believe that parents should have a lot of children? Some people believe that we should have a lot of children. Or we should think about the quality of children we should have, and therefore be measured in the number of children we give birth to. What is your sense of that? Do we have this, if you like, the philosophy of antiquity, in which the more children you have, then you can enlarge your farm area and that kind of thing, so the children will become farm hands for you, labor force. And they said things were not as difficult as now. So in a now moment, and on the issue of social protection, do you believe Ghanaians should be educated so that they'll be measured in the number of children they want to have, with a view that it is not the number, but the quality of children you can raise and invest in? What is your take on that, sir?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a Christian, I believe that everyone has a right to live. And I believe that having more children is not bad. I believe also that maybe these days, those who can raise children, like you, if you are fathering about 10, 20, you can do. But you decide to go for 1 or 2. And those who cannot afford decide to have 10, 15, 20, and push the burden on those who can afford. So I believe that for number of children that you want to have, as many as you want, I believe is the right thing you have to do. But you have to cut your coat according to your size. Thank you.
This is just a follow-up. When you say as number of the children that you want to have, what is your measurement of that? Because if, for instance, a man decides that I want to have 21 children, and he's a teacher at Chibi, and you know his pocket size, what is that? What's the meaning of as many as you want to have? You don't believe we should you should think about the children?
I believe we have to think about the children. And I also believe that the man at Chebi, if he's having 10, then it means that in his wisdom, he thinks he can care for the 10. That's why he's having it. And I don't think the problem is the number that you want to have, but maybe your environment. If you find yourself in Dema, where I come from, where education is not as expensive as it is, and you think you can have 5, I believe you are right. But if you find yourself in East Legon, that you have to maybe pay 10,000 per term for a child, and you believe that you can have only 2, I also think it's the right thing. But within me as a Christian, I believe that I am the seed born of my parents. If they decided to have 2, I wouldn't have been sitting here by now. And I also believe that my mother lost all the 4, left with only 2 at tender age. So if he also decided to go for 2, he wouldn't have gotten the rest. And by the grace of God, and thankful to my constituency, they've also elevated me to this standard. So I believe that if you decide to, limit it, sometimes the blessings or those that God is going to use to bless you will be far, not near, but afar. So having more, I don't have any problem as a Christian. But I believe that your ability to care for them should also be measured.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Dr. Benjamin Yabua Secretary, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Dr. Yabua, with your CV and your interaction with us at Parliament, and with the little experience I've had at the gender ministry, with the stress and with all the categories of people, I want to encourage you to say that from the experience I have, you are fit for that schedule. With your sense of humor and the way you calm everybody down, all that I will say is keep that up, and people could say that the best appointment done so far is taking Dr. Benjamin Yabua Secretary to the Gender Ministry to support his minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, I think this is the best message I've also received for the year. Thank you very much.
One of your wives is congratulating you, so I'm not surprised. Yes.
Well, I can only jealous you with the volume of accolades and things women are pouring on you. I'm sure majority of Ghanaian men will be very jealous of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I wish you
and
well.
I believe that my leader will be measured also. Thank you very much.
Yes, I can say that you are affable, you are easy to relate to, and obviously that should be a good attribute if you are going to be in public service, without a doubt. School feeding. In your opening remark, you said so that you can work to make sure school feeding is everywhere. In your view, is school feeding not supposed to be a program to address a situation that is poverty? And we should rather be working to address poverty so that it is not the responsibility of the state to say that when my child leaves home, it is somebody else's responsibility for him, or he's going to school because there will be food, which is in itself is very sad when we say these things, because as a country, when you give birth and you say that my child is enticed to go to school because there will be food, not because there's absolute need for him to go to school, I should know that the child must go to school. Do you think the policy should be to make sure there's school feeding everywhere rather than addressing poverty, so that it is the responsibility of the guardian to ensure the child is well nourished to pursue education?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, to answer your question, if you look at it critically, in a community where we have school feeding in school A and school feeding not in school B, you get to know that the population in school A that is having school feeding is more compared to B, which is not having school feeding. In every way of motivating a child to go to school, feeding is part, or food is part. So I believe that it is not demeaning for somebody to use school feeding as a base of going to school, but instead we should use it as a tool that will motivate children to go to school. There are a lot of places, we that are come from small communities, sometimes after school, you have to follow your parents or you have to go to farm so that you can get food to eat by the time you get to them. So having this as a system that is helping the students, I believe that it is very good. And if government is having the strength, we have to cover the whole country, because with my intervention or interaction with Committee on Poverty and Poverty Reduction Strategy, I get to know that even urban poor is so massive compared to rural poor. So with school feeding, I believe that it's a very good intervention, which we shouldn't just look at it as only the motivating factor, but it's part of it that also encourages students to go to school. I have a community that is sharing boundary with Ashanti region. Ada and Asuso. Asuso is Ashanti region. Ada is my constituency. And it's about few kilometers away. Students from Ada were going to school at Asuso because of school feeding. Until we had one for them, then that exodus of movement reduced. So not necessarily they were going for quality education, but parents think that at least if they cannot afford, the children will be fed. And I think it's the best. Thank you.
I agree with you. I think we are saying the same thing, that it is supposed to address something. And yes, if the child is hungry, obviously that child is not going to be able to pay attention and learn. But what I'm asking is if you think that it is an issue of encouraging government to spread school feeding everywhere. For instance, if you go to some schools in Accra, Kumasi, let's say they are more endowed, majority of the schools are more endowed. So you take school feeding to a school. So if my daughter goes to that school, my daughter is also supposed to be fed. But God knows I am capable of feeding my daughter. So, but the government, it's not as if government have got the funds to do this anyway. As you and I know in this house, last year, we have to even borrow money from abroad and pay interest on it to carry out school feeding. How can that be a long-term policy of any group of people? Because you are now feeding your children not from your own resources. You are actually borrowing the future of other children to feed their children today. So my point is, don't you think we should be having a policy that addresses poverty and reduces the reliance of people on the state that my child should go to that school because I'm unable to provide breakfast and lunch for my ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, it also interests you to know that when your child goes to that school, your child eats the food. She doesn't say, maybe my father fed me, so I won't eat. They also eat it. And I believe that it's something that every government should make it a policy. If we can establish a fund purposely for that, so that they won't go and borrow anywhere, and we can just be feeding them, I think it's something we have to employ.
Chairman, I think, I believe our colleague would be a good support to the minister, and maybe when you get there, explore possibly other ways of social intervention that addresses long-term this problem, because I don't think any government finding money to be doing this is sustainable, especially in the times in which we are, and we are running out of money. And also, I feel as parents or as a society, surely have policies that takes care of the vulnerable. But a society where everybody feels that all that government is about is to promise or to say you can have everything for free. It is also, yes, it is also a dangerous way of not making people aspire to explore their best capabilities to advance themselves in society. So explore that one as well. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Leader.
Dr. Mafu. Thank you very much. My good friend, Dr. Sache, let me also congratulate you on your nomination. I have just two questions to ask. The first one, I just want your reflection on how do you think we can support parents who have children with developmental difficulties or children like autism and other syndromes. How do you think as a country we should be facing that challenge, especially parents who have these children and are low income earning parents?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, lucky for me, I have worked with School for the Deaf at Bichim almost 3 years or something, if my memory serves me well. I understand their situation very well or very much, and I believe that we have to support them. And I know at District Assembly Common Fund Secretary, there's a portion of their formula for disabled. And I also know there are some interventions that, especially the School for the Deaf, for the blind, autistic students and the rest, there are some funds that we pay towards their feeding and the rest in schools. And I believe government should do much for them, because if government doesn't support, some of the parents are also down that they cannot help those children integrate into the society. And I was also briefed that at LEAP, these are some of the indicators they look in helping those parents. So I believe it's a very good intervention which government should support. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm sure you've heard about the LGBTQ+, and one prominent politician responded that the the LGBTQ+ is not the problem. The problem is side chicks. He said that side chicks pose more challenge to our society than LGBTQ+. I want your opinion on polygamy and side chicks. What's your opinion on polygamy and side chicks?
Mr. Chairman, please, I don't understand what side chicks is. So if you can explain.
For side chicks, it's a term that has been devised to describe extramarital relationships. So when you are a man and you have a girlfriend, they call it side chick.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we are being governed by rules and regulations. And our constitution also is the Bible that we use to govern us. If whatever you are terming or you are explaining is not against the law, then who am I to also condemn anybody on his acts? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll
Very well. Somebody is suggesting that side chicks are from 18 to 23. Once they cross 23, they should be side hen, not side chicks. Yes, leader.
Thank you, my leader.
Congratulations.
Thank you, my leader.
I mean, you've been adjudged the sweetest MP in Ghana's parliament.
Mr. Chairman, in fact, you are also my mentor. So whatever I'm doing, I'm also learning from you, my leader.
I really want you to tell us your secret or the things you've done to really win the heart of all the women in parliament who have sent a delegation, especially on your vetting day, to come and congratulate you and tell you that they appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe in humility. He who that is humble, God will raise you up. And I also believe that if you are given power, you are supposed to serve people. And everybody that encounters me will tell you that I don't mind that moving with colleagues, I will even carry chair for them whilst I will stand. So I believe that these things is paving way for me and everybody feels comfortable around me. In fact, and I also don't take fault when somebody meets you and call you maybe Tintin, Titia, and all those things. I believe that that is my nature, God made so. I shouldn't be proud, I should be humble and move with everybody. That is my secret, Mr. Chairman.
Great. I see you had your PhD not too long ago. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What was the focus of your research, your thesis?
I know definitely you asked. I decided to do an assessment on the effect of procurement practices on value for money. Then I used schools in Ahafo as my catchment area.
I see you've also attended some conferences.
Yes, please. Yes,
And
Mr.
one of the
Chairman.
conferences had to do with some procurement. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, please.
So you know a little bit about procurement.
Yes, please.
Good. You are going to be working with a government that promised that we are going to really address all the lapses in procurement. In fact, we appointed a whole Ministry of Procurement. Today, this government's record when it comes to sole sourcing is really unmatched in the history of our republic. What, in your view, must we do as a country to make sure we address all the lapses in the procurement processes that really cost us so much money?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe the question is on how we can bridge those lapses, but not in terms of whether this government has been doing sole sourcing, which I don't have data to that. But I believe that in terms of procurement, we should do well to eliminate the human interface. Sometimes if somebody is going to procure something, and because most people don't understand the system, they try to influence the system, whereby instead of them going for the 3 quotations, sometimes they end up taking one, the supplier adding other quotations to the person so that it will go to the person and the rest. So I believe that when we reduce the human interface, where most of the times, maybe we advertise it in papers, you apply it online, the team will not ask you to come and meet them until you are selected. In those circumstances, there won't be that favoritism and the rest. And for that matter, the system itself will run. And I think that that will be very much, if we decide to go on that line, than somebody holding the file, going to buy the tender document, going for somebody to open the bid, everything, human interactions. In that way, there will be favoritism and the rest, and it's not going to help the procurement systems.
See, you attended a conference also in Washington, 24 June to July 2nd, 28.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
On sanitation management in selected states. What were some of the lessons you learned during that conference that were relevant for our situation in Ghana when it comes to sanitation that affects so many children?
Thank you very much. By the grace of God, I went to that conference on the ticket of local government select committee when I was a member. We went to Washington and we went to study their system. And lucky for us, when we came back, Zoom Lion is also having similar projects that is embarking on. When you go to the Mudo, when you go to the Tema, their landfill site, when you go to Kumasi and the rest. So we realized that it wasn't much difference. But what I realized in Washington was that the gas that was flaring out, that they were burning, some were being used for communities around the refuse area, where they were getting their light from. So I believe that Zoom Lion has also been able to trap that. But here, we are burning it. So if we can take advantage, the schools around can harvest it, the communities around, they can harvest it for their lighting system and their cooking and the rest. I believe it will reduce our national problems.
LEAP, the Auditor General says that 15.8 million, and this was in 2017 to 2022, was spent because of we paying to people who are dead. We are overspending. In some instances, we are putting people who are not qualified to be there. And oftentimes they are political operatives. LEAP. Exactly what will you do working with your minister to really address those lapses in the LEAP program?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we have to digitalize. That is the best. Human interface is creating all these problems for us. We have to ensure everybody is having the Ghana card. Those who qualify are paid direct. If you die, the system should be able to track you so that the human interface. Else, if you come to my community, definitely as human as I am, I will try to also bring my household. Maybe it's possible they may not even qualify.
You know the qualification, the criteria for qualifying for LEAP?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, when we went for the briefing, they told us that those who qualify for LEAP, one, the person must be an orphan and vulnerable children. Then two, they should be aged, elderly, that is 60 years and above, who are poor. Then they said those who are disabled without productive capacity to work. Then they also said pregnant women and lactating mothers with infants under 1 year. These are the things that
Digitalization can solve this?
Yes, pardon me.
Digitalization as your solution?
No, I'm talking about how we can reduce the interface, the human interface, so that somebody won't bring somebody who doesn't qualify. Because, truth be told, in my community, there are some people who are benefiting. And I know some people who are more vulnerable. But when they come and they ask, do you have mobile phone? And you say, yes, I have mobile phone, you are disqualified. And it's also possible that the phone that the person may be holding, even water, will be heavier than that phone. So please, I'm thinking that we have to reduce the human interface. And I think it's a major concern. When I go, I'll advise my minister, and we have to work towards that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The welfare department is underfunded. The personnel are not there. It's a very critical institution that could do so much. But in other jurisdictions, when you hear social welfare, you are scared because you know that if we have a lot of reports about abuse of children and abuse of women, children that are really neglected, that need to be protected by the state. This is really the work of that department. Exactly what will you do to strengthen the social welfare department with your minister to make sure that they can perform their duties?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, on social welfare, when we went for briefing, they have done a lot, but it's not enough because still we have street children, we have other children that need protection and the rest. So when we get the chance of going there, I will try my best to convince my minister so that we work towards that also. We were told that some of the children that they were able to take them away from the street, they say they have a house at Medina. They have some that are well trained, they are going to school. Then they brought another group in addition to them. What they realized is that when they asked them not to go out, those that came started removing the blocks so that there was hole in to the outside. Then they all fled away. Those that accompanied them out went 2 days time, they came back because they couldn't get any place to sleep out there. So there are a lot of challenges that the department is facing. And as you said, lack of funding and the rest. I think we have to make a case for them so that Ghanaians can also see their plight. Some people go to children's home, but if they get to know that those people are also there who needs an assistant, definitely they will support us so that we can also care for those people. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Benjamin Sachewa, have a very good future.
Thank you, my leader.
Be vigilant.
This is another
all the
sweet
best
message. Thank you very much, leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Benjamin Secretary. Mrs. Secretary is congratulating you for this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I hope another Mrs. Secretary is not taking offense at this. He's a polygamist. I know about that.
Mr. Chairman, in fact, my part is the leader. Anybody follows her.
Thank you very much. Honorable, have you had the opportunity of looking at the affirmative action bill?
I have heard about it, but I have not had the opportunity to read.
Yes. Thank you. I will encourage you to do that because you are going to support the minister to ensure the passage of this particular bill. So I want you to have a critical look at that one. But today is International Women's Day. And I want everybody to celebrate as the women. I had a message, and the message reads, as we mark International Women's Day, let us come together to inspire inclusion in every aspect of our lives by fostering understanding, empathy, acceptance. We can build a world where every woman feels valued and empowered. This is the message. As the Deputy Minister of Gender, Children, and Social Protection, what will you do to ensure, one, that you are going to, with your type of personality, you are going to encourage your fellow, your colleagues in Parliament to ensure the smooth passage of this bill into law? And the other aspect is, how are you going to propagate and ensure that all people all Ghanaians come into terms with what is in this bill, which is calling for equity and ultimately equality? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, my part, for International Women's Day, and all women here, and those who are hearing my voice. I will partner my minister. In fact, wherever I find myself, I've been hearing about this bill, and I know it is something that all women want it to be passed. And, you know, I don't have the strength as deputy, but I'll try my best and do everything possible to give my leader, who is my minister, a very good push so that we ensure the bill is passed. And I know when it comes, the speaker that we have will surely support it to be passed. Thank you very much.
Right, Mr. Chairman. I think I noticed you have one erroneous idea about this bill, and that it's all about women. No. It's all about equity and equality. Gender, equity, and equality. So, the reason why I asked you, how are you going to, you see, with this erroneous idea, I don't see it only in you. It travels among the men. So how are you going to get your male colleagues to understand why it is important and critical that we pass this law? That is the question I asked.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, in fact, I don't have much idea about what it entails. And I don't know why, as at now, the bill has not been passed. And if I want to talk about it, I'll be just speaking out of my mind. So I believe that I will sit down with my minister, we go through it, and ensure the right thing is done. Thank you very much.
I trust your judgment. I trust the way you relate with people, and I know you're going to do wonderful when it comes to the party. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That's all that I have. I wish you the best of
Thank you,
luck.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Zetre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's one perception I want you to work out when you go. Generally, the word gender appears to refer to only women. So when even men are mis- or maltreated, nobody pays attention to them. I want you in the ministry. Do you think we can redefine or re-evaluate the meaning of gender to cover all male and female? In our country, there's no room for any other, either male or female. That's it. So that the ministry will focus on both sides.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It will interest you to know that when, in the wisdom of the President, he asked me to go to the gender ministry, people were asking me, Oyoba, why do you find yourself? So I have to quickly come and research and find out whether I am the only male that is being sent there. But I realized that I'm maybe the fourth person to be there. So, and it was only Honorable Jogati who met me and said, Secretary, be fortunate. Where you find yourself is very good. You will rise. Then I said, Papa, you are the only person that is encouraging me. Everybody is mocking at me. That why do President take you to? I remember in a law class, my lecturer that I sought permission from, that President is asking me to come to Jubilee at 9 o'clock. So in terms of the class, I will leave. Then he said, okay, you can go. So I left. The following week, not when he was monitoring what they are going to give me, he came to class and said, I thought you were going to be giving local government or something where we can come. Gender there, then So, but I believe that God has a purpose for everything. And I work, and I ensure that it is not only a female, but as Mom Party is saying, equality, and that is what is, if we are seeking for equity and equality, then it shouldn't be only females. It's supposed to be both sides, and gender will be redefined. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I want to end here, but I want to recognize that the way you relate to your colleague members is very admirable. And generally, how our female members hold you in high esteem because of how much time, attention, and empathy you had towards them. It's also very. The women are pampering him. Right. I wish you well, but before I leave you to go, I have this list of people I must acknowledge. The one is the original Mrs. Yeboah Secretary. The original one, not the fake ones in Parliament. Mr. Collins of Finam Techi, the MC for Tano South. You're welcome. Mrs. Letitia Freka, Kasua Polyclinic. All right, you're welcome. Mr. Nkwamensa, Chairman of the Patrons, you're welcome. Alhaji Suleimana Rashid, the Constituency Secretary, you're welcome. Rebecca Abebrese, Women Organizer, you're welcome. Mr. Daniel Efia Osman, is that Osman? It's Osman. Efia Kumi, you're welcome. Constituency Treasurer. Daniel Anane, Constituency Assistant Secretary. Michael Kwesi Afwakwa, organizer, and Dr. Afisa Zakaria, the Chief Director of the Ministry of Gender. The first one who I have noticed brought your entire constituency team here. That's very nice of you, constituency executive.
That's why he went on.
Yes. Okay, they are explaining that's why you went uncontested. They protected the space for you. We thank you all for coming to support the Honorable Deputy Minister nominee. For now, you're discharged. You'll hear from us later.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kindly bring in slide 30, please. Yes, kindly administer the oath.
I, Sylvester Matthew Tete,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and
nothing but the truth.
nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Blow.
Honorable Sylvester Tete, Deputy Minister Designate for Information. This is the first time you are appearing before this committee, is that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. So we ask you to tell us a bit about yourself. You're a member of parliament that we know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, again, my name is Honorable Sylvester Matthew Tete, born on the 7th of July, 1977, to the late Joshua Tete Kwesi of Old Ningo and Madam Esther Kokobedebo. I grew up in the Asin North District. I went to the Ghana National College in 1995 to 1997. After my secondary education, I had to work for a while before I went to the university, Regent University, Science and Technology. I went to the University of Ghana for my master's in development finance. I went to University of Professional Studies for another master's in security and intelligence. And before I came to Parliament, I was appointed in 2018 to 2019 as the E-Waste Fund Administrator of the Electronic Waste Management Fund. I was also appointed in September 2019 as the CEO of the National Youth Authority. I served as a board member of the Regional Lands Commission Board representing the Ningo Pram District. Of course, I've also been appointed when I came into Parliament as the board chairman of the Ghana Enterprises Agency. In Parliament, Mr. Chairman, I serve as a member of the Local Government Committee and also Vice Chairman of the Communication and Information Committee of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Now, on YEA.
Mr. Chairman, NYA.
NYA, National
Youth Authority, Mr. Chairman.
So tell us exactly what you did as the head of the National Youth Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity. At the National Youth Authority, I was the head of administration and then the vision bearer for transforming the youth. At the time I got to the National Youth Authority, I spent 1 year, 3 months there. There were a few issues at the National Youth Authority, and the president asked me to step in there based on some procurement issues, and some investigation had been carried out. I got there, I continued the plans of the authority. Mr. Chairman, one of the notable things I led to do at the National Youth Authority is to continue to spearhead the youth resource centers that were built around the country, and of course, trying to validate the national youth policy at the time. There were many transformations we did with respect to the district offices where the National Youth Authority offices are located across the country. Have been reputed to have renovated and improved the working conditions of the various districts across the country. Mr. Chairman, during my tenure as the CEO of the National Youth Authority, I managed to win the bid to host the Youth Connect Africa. In fact, it happened whilst I left office, but I'm grateful to God that I represented the country in Kigali, Rwanda, where Rwanda had been the sole host of this all-important African event for the youth, and I managed to win the bid for Ghana. Those who succeeded me, Honorable Pius Ajide and the team, took over and successfully hosted the Youth Connect Africa here in Accra. It was one of the successful events that we hosted by the National Youth Authority, and for that matter, Ministry for Youth and Sports. So these were a few things I did there as a CEO.
Now, share with us the National Youth Authority. What is the central theme of setting up? Why? What do we seek to achieve as a country by setting up this National Youth Authority?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. The central theme of the National Youth Authority is to imbibe in the young people of this country nationalism and patriotism, and to unearth their talent to compete favorably with any youth anywhere they find themselves, and also to foster friendship and relationship among the young people around the globe. So you need to position and center the youth of this country in the community of nations everywhere they find themselves. And that is why you look at the National Youth Policy. It's a 10-year span. So when I got there, the African Union had assisted Ghana to revise our national youth policy that had been on the shelves for a very long time. And we did a roadshow. So if you look at the central theme of the national youth policy, it's an institution that coordinates all youth-led institutions for youth mainstreaming in our body politics or governance. There are many silos of youth policies dotted in all ministries, departments, and agencies. There should be a coordinating point of all youth policies or all youth programs at the central body. So it's an authority that supervises and coordinates. There is no agency or ministry or department of government that do not have youth component of their programs. But there must be an institution of state responsible for coordinating and ensuring it meets the aspirations within the 10-year framework that we have as a national youth policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm interested in the patriotism. Patriotism. Now tell me, what activities did the authority undertake to achieve that one of the central themes? What activities do you undertake to achieve patriotism, and how successful were you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, to inculcate the spirit of patriotism among the young people of this country, what we did was to moderate youth parliament across the country, first of all, so that they have a feel of governance and how bills are done. So we have district youth parliament, we have regional youth parliament, and national youth parliament to inculcate in the good people of this country spirit of patriotism by giving out to their country. We have volunteer groups drawn from the young people of this country. When COVID came, I was at the National Youth Authority. We drew about 3,000 volunteers to give back to society for free of charge. And that's kind of patriotism we try to imbibe in the young people of this country. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity again.
Very well. Other members, I'll come back to patriotism, but it will take time. So I will allow other members to ask questions. So we'll proceed from here. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Honorable Sylvester Tete, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ohene.
Yes, but people are fond of calling you Sly, which has very negative connotations, and you don't seem to reject it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The more you try to explain, the more it sticks. So at the point, let me share this story. You know the late Sly Tete, the reputed football administrator, when he passed, on my Facebook, at the time I didn't put Sylvester Tete. My name on Facebook was Sly Tete. And I had a lot of condolences all over the world. That was the day I had to change my name from Sly Tete to Sylvester Tete. Indeed, from school, my friends used to call me Sly. The more you try to tell them, don't call me Sly, I'm Sylvester. The more it sticks, so I had no choice. So officially, I'm Sylvester Tete, but among my colleagues, they call me Sly Tete.
Okay. Honorable Sylvester Tete, you know, there's a very poor appreciation of the word propaganda. Some people believe that when you are doing propaganda, you are just trying to foist negative views on the generality of the public. Yes. And you are going into the Ministry of Information. Can you educate the general public what propaganda is and what it is not?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, propaganda within our Ghanaian political sphere, and of course, is more associated with our friends in the NDC. It connotes a very wrongfully negative impression. And I wonder why they themselves ran away from it. Mr. Chairman, I'm saying that it is not as bad as people connote.
No. Chairman, we can take a decision. Our side can take a decision on you right now that chairman should bring a report to the floor, which is majority decision.
That statement.
Because you should know that you are becoming part of the executive. You are not on Metro TV with me. So please be guided. Withdraw that statement completely and let's continue.
Can we apply to me?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Right. He should withdraw that statement completely.
I'll forward it to you to withdraw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw unreservedly and apologize. I wanted to make a point with respect to the word propaganda, that in itself, it is not as negative as our political landscape has connoted that to be. It is not. And I think the history of propaganda is to propagate what you believe to be the truth, what you believe to be the message that the masses must have it. And I think within our political sphere, we shouldn't have shied away from it. That is the point I wanted to make. But I think that there's nothing wrong to say I'm propagating something. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to clarify that.
Chairman, your permission. Honorable Tete, I've indeed seen you every morning really engage in serious propagating as in propaganda. And I'm not surprised that you love the word.
There's negative propaganda and positive propaganda. And in my work, I do positive propaganda.
Honorable Slightete, I want you to pay regard to Article 79(1) of the Constitution. Mr. Chairman, with your kind permission, I'd like to read to the nominee. The President may, in consultation with a Minister of State and with the prior approval of Parliament, appoint one or more deputy ministers to assist the minister in the performance of his functions. Yes. It is a practical knowledge that some ministers sort of dwarfed their deputies. And they didn't want them to function at all. How would you handle a situation in which the substantive minister is not interested in you assisting him?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I've heard this on many occasions, and at the same time, I've heard of ministers who had given so much opportunity to their deputies to assist them in the discharge of their obligations. So, Mr. Chairman, I can say that I've had a very good working relationship within the party with my boss, the one I'm going to deputize. The prerogative to assist, well, though the president had appointed you, is the sole prerogative of the minister to assign you responsibility to discharge in discharging his or her own obligation. So for that matter, I also think that based on your competencies, if the minister finds you wealthy, he or she will assign you. But I think that records abound that some ministers had given room to others to also function as it were. But same cannot be said of all ministers. I believe that when we go to them by the recommendations of this committee and the prior approval of Parliament, when I go to the ministry, we'll find a very good working relationship to help in discharge the obligations or the vision of the president for that matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Honorable Sylvester Tete, congratulations.
Mr. Chairman, my sister.
The rise of online impersonation scam, particularly on Facebook, has become a significant concern in Ghana. Fraudsters create Facebook pages using profiles of government officials, members of parliament, stars, making what they do. These scams pose a serious threat to online security and financial well-being. Given the prevalence of online impersonation scams targeting Ghanaians on Facebook, how will the Ministry of Information collaborate with relevant stakeholders to address this pressing issue, if you are giving the nod?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm privileged to have been appointed as a vice chairman of this committee, and we've had extensive engagement with the leadership of this committee and members, for that matter, with NCA and relevant institutions with respect to how the whole communication industry will be sanitized. As part of the reason, that's why we went to the extent of getting the SIM cards re-registered, and of course, in Parliament here, the police administration came to help verify the account of members of Parliament, some senior members of society, as it were. We'll continue the collaboration and engagement to ensure that I will support my minister to bring most of these things to her attention, to ensure that we don't stop here. It's a real menace, and if we don't tackle it, all of us are at risk. On many occasions, I have to issue rejoinders on my Facebook wall about people impersonating me, and to the extent that they had to solicit monies from people. I recounted a very unfortunate incident from somebody I'd known from my hometown in Pram, who had not got in touch with me for a very long time. Somebody sent him a message requesting that, what do you want me to do for you in my name? And he ended up parting with money. In spite of all the disclaimers I've put out there on my social media handle, I believe that all of us had been impersonated one way or the other. I think that the cyber crime unit of the police administration should be engaged more to continuously doing that. In other jurisdictions, there is a serious things that are done to assist public officials and even people with repute in our society. So I'll continue to engage with my minister and, of course, the relevant institutions to ensure that we combat this as it were and make it quite punishable. Of course, if you go to telecommunication, my brother Sam George, who had been a senior member of this committee, on many occasions had proffered some solutions to NCA and people within the telecommunication spectrum to ensure that we protect our senior colleagues of Parliament or public office holders for that matter. It's a real menace that I think that will continue to open the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I also take this opportunity to tell the general public that no member of Parliament or minister is offering any job for money. So they should also watch out. Thank you very much.
That's very interesting that some people can believe that, for example, I'll put out that if you want a job, come to me. The people that are chasing me in Bekwai, I can't deal with them, let alone go and put out. The last time I checked, there were 19 fake accounts in my name at the digital, those people's place. 19 of them. None of them belongs to me. You know, I don't have any of those accounts at all. I put out information, but still people believe what they read, unfortunately. Yes, the leadership want to.
Honorable Slater, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my senior.
I see that you've been a board chairman since 2021. Ghana Enterprise Agency.
Thank you, that's right, Mr.
Can you
Chairman.
tell us what has been accomplished there, and what do you see as some of the things that are challenging that you've not been able to accomplish at the Ghana Enterprise Agencies?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ghana Enterprise Agency is to assist and define small, medium enterprises in our country for collaboration and support. We've done extensively well in terms of supporting businesses, not only with funding, but training and capacity building, as it were. So the micro, small, medium businesses over time had been supported. The last check, we run about 7 different projects currently for business interventions and support services. The U-Start is currently, we are one of the implementing agencies, as it were. You talk about the Ghana Enterprise Project, or the GETP. We also have what we call the business support. We also have so many things I cannot really mention. We run this project with donor funding from the World Bank and, of course, the MasterCard Foundation that has been very supportive to us. So these are things that we do. Of course, The disappointment with me is that more often than not, the donor partners usually you train, they give you opportunity based on the program that you run to train maybe 5,000 or 10,000 people, and 10% of these numbers will be having the financial funding, as it were. So selection of the beneficiaries of this funding becomes a real challenge. And in most cases now, one of the biggest programs we are running, there's a condition from the World Bank that this is what they had introduced a model called randomized selection of people who benefit. So it becomes very difficult to train 5,000 people or you train 20,000 people. Only few people get opportunity to be given the funding. And I think one of the challenges we've had, if we have enough money, we'll support businesses to scale up to be able to employ more people. One of the things I'm so happy about is women, that we place a lot of premium on women businesses and persons with disability. And that's what we are doing. The conditions for application and then support for business support from Ghana enterprise agencies for ordinary businesses is not the same as persons with disability or women. So they have some threshold in terms of the conditions they have to meet to be able to access funding. So these are things that I'm proud of course, but it's not everybody that get a training or go to the training.
You've been saved by the bell. I have 10 questions for you. I won't ask any of them because I have to go to the chamber. I've been called to the chamber. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Leader. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
It looks like the bell is saving you. Yenyami otrinkwa epionka nugo nyuo enge ohepo because anga waklache enge chamber me. So I would ask you just maybe one or two questions, but so that I can also run and go and vote. Do you think the RTI Commission has met the demands of the Ghanaian public who had a question or a demand for access to government information? Do you think that the RTI Commission and the RTI law has met that need? And if not, in totality, what do you think, since you'll be in the ministry that oversights that agency, what can be done to improve access to information for the Ghanaian people?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think that this is one of the remarkable bills Parliament had passed and subsequently been assented to by the President. It's still at the teething stages, and I think that it comes with its own challenges. However, it is done very well, and I think that every piece of legislation at its initial stages will come with its own challenges. We are working on getting the regulations passed for the RTI Commission, and of course, the challenges, the feedback that we are getting from the public, myself and you, we had report on the RTI Commission. We believe that we are collating all of them, and it will be a piece of advice or a piece of document that I can advise my minister with so that we do stakeholder engagement to see the challenge people are going to access government information. And that I can assure this committee that with my experience on this committee and what we have been getting from stakeholders, I will advise my minister with a permission that will have a stakeholder engagement to be able to take up this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If you're approved by this committee and approved by Parliament, you would be working as deputy minister. You have physically witnessed the challenges that the select committee has had in exercising oversight responsibility over the ministries that we oversight, information and communication. What commitment are you going to make that you would work with Parliament and its committee as a partner and not as an adversary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as my deputy ranking, you agree with me that we've had a very cordial relationship working with Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, and you've commended him on many occasions that he voluntarily give briefs to this committee, and I'll continue that. I will engage my minister and tell her the number of times Kojo had to give briefings to this committee, and working at the Ministry of Information by your approval and recommendations and prior approval of Parliament, I'll continue the trend where Kojo left off. I've been the beneficiary of how frequent he's met the committee, and I'll continue on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, one last question. I just want to find out from my brother. As Deputy Information Minister, you are Deputy Spokesperson for Government. We're in an election year. do you still hold the view you held last year that the NDC will beat Bawumia mercilessly with a information service van?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And this is a good opportunity to clarify this. I was in a studio, we're discussing our internal primaries. And what I said was that the NDC communicators were making allusions. And that's what I said. And like Mr. Chairman had said, it could be misquoted. So I was referring to a communique coming from NDC communicators. It wasn't coming from myself, but I can assure you, beyond this committee, we'll work to make sure Dr. Bawumia becomes the president.
Chairman, I thank you for indulging me, but I'll tell my brother that I'm confident that what I did to him in Ingo Pram Pram, Joe Mahama will do to Bawumia. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you very much, my
I
brother.
have a piece of advice for you. As a deputy chair to the committee, you know the ins and outs of the committee, and then the ministry where you are going. I believe you are going to team up with the minister to deliver your mandate to the people and to the President of the Republic. I have just one question for you. What will you do in assisting your sector minister in the discharge of the mandate and vision of the President with regards to the safety of journalists in our country? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the safety of journalists is ultimate priority to all of us, and we'll continue to ensure that the safety of journalists is prominent in our decisions we take at the ministry. My minister earlier on spoke about it, and I'm going to assist her. First of all, there are stakeholders who are supposed to also assist in doing this, especially the judiciary, the investigative bodies of our country, the police. For instance, if somebody makes a complaint about having been attacked or harassed one way or the other, we will assist the person to go through the processes. Prosecution rests with the state security apparatus to ensure prosecution. We will also engage them. And I recall a training session for some judges to take this matter seriously. So I believe that with the experience I've gained from this committee, I will support my minister to discharge the president's vision in that regard. Thank you.
Very well. That appears to be either your end. Very well. Okay. That brings us to the end of. Why? You just walked in. Where have you been? Anyway, let me give you one.
Thank you very much. So let me congratulate you. You don't show an indigent the way to his house. I'm sure, having been on this committee and a vice chair for that matter, you are pretty conversant with the issues. So I don't want to repeat it. But the first one, I want to, it's more of a caution. Knowing you for who you are, and sometimes your penchant and your zeal, sometimes to do propaganda for your party. This is an election year, and I know going to the Ministry of Information, partner with your minister, you may take up the mantle of trying to do the issue better than what anybody else would have done in the circumstance. So my caution first is to ensure that what are just purely state matters are state matters, and there won't be a spillover in the bid to do propaganda. The second one is the issue which you have touched briefly on, the issue of the protection of journalists. On the committee, I'm sure all of us have shared very serious concerns about that. But I know that as a deputy, you can compliment your minister in helping to get to the bottom of some of those infractions where journalists, people take the law into their own hands and visit mayhem on journalists. I've always said that the panacea for hunger is not to hot feces in your stomach, it's to get food to eat. So if in the bid to assuage your anger because a journalist has engaged in infractions, I'm sure you are also breaking the law. And we have on record,
Honorable,
and I asked the minister this question, and I want to also ask you. We have unfortunately lost one of our brothers in the name of Ahmed Swale. You are going to the ministry. I'm sure you will be very passionate about trying to get to the bottom of that matter, for us to get to the conclusion of who did that dastardly act to one of the most, undoubtedly one of the most conscientious and investigative journalists of our time, so that not only will his family, but this country will be better served when we get to the conclusion of the matter. What would you do to compliment your minister to get to the bottom of the matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, like my minister earlier on said, we are interested in this matter, and of course we continue to hold that matter as one of the key things of the ministry. The police are investigating the matter. We'll keep updating the public of the outcome as they go on this matter, just as my minister said. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Unfortunately, the pressures on the House is asking that I immediately bring proceedings to a close when I can and suspend sitting for now. So we thank all of you, the chiefs, Nime, Name, for coming to assist our friend. I'll just mention the chiefs. Ni Kwashigbolo, the Divisional Chief of English Yamanfro. Ni Ofe, the third, Divisional Chief of Kokrobite. Ni Kofi Akrashi, Chief of Oshiye. And Ni Kwai Aplaku. And all other people who came to support the honorable member. We thank you for attending upon the House. My friend, you're discharged. You're needed in the chamber immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most grateful.
Will be hear from us. Thank you. We'll suspend sitting. We'll resume in an hour. Thank you. Very well. You can administer the oath, please.
I, Charles Ichampon,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Honorable Charles Echampong, on behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as a Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. You have never appeared before this committee, but you're a member of Parliament, you know, so You are, by the Constitution, already qualified to be a minister of state or a deputy minister. However, we invite you to tell us a little about yourself, and then we'll subject you to some questioning. So let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Charles Ichampon. I was born to Isaac Kofi Ichampon and Faustina Dankwa. I have one child, and I'm 42 years, turning 43 on 9th May. I come from Osnase, and I attended Dionsters and went to St. Peter's Secondary, and then KNUST, and furthered my education with Brunel University in London. I studied science in St. Peter's, and then I did physics in KNUST, and then I did wireless communication as a master's program in Brunel University. I worked with the National Communications Authority right after service. I did my service with National Communications Authority, and then started a full-time job in 2007 with them. And I've been there till I became a member of parliament for the good people of Lower West Akem constituency.
Now, NCA, tell us, how come in some communities in this country, to get connection, you need to either climb a tree or sometimes jump to a river bank or somewhere? How does it so happen?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it has to do with a number of factors. One is the terrain. And then if you look at the license conditions of most of the mobile operators, they're supposed to cover the district capitals, not the entire country. So probably in your situation, what you are saying could be a place where coverage is not achieved. And I think that's the reason why government is rolling out the rural telephony, to mitigate all these problems.
The rural telephony, which agency is implementing it?
Another agency under the Ministry of Communication, GFEC, that's implementing it.
Under the Ministry of Communication. Okay, that's
Please.
where you're going.
Yes, please.
Okay. You know, whilst working with NCA, which part of the country did you tour? Because you are the technical person. Is that right?
Yes, please, Chair.
And so which part of the country did you travel to see the connectivity penetration, how intense or otherwise it is?
Chair, actually, I thought... Chair,
that's the man championing the other one. And he's talking about... Yes.
Chair, I actually toured the whole country. However, in identify or determine whether coverage is achieved nationwide, we already had a tool in the NCA, and we used that to simulate the coverages of all the mobile operators by taking some data from them. So basically, we did it in-house.
Did you go to the place called Kokotru in the Bekwai constituency? There's a community called Kokotru, Cornell. Before you get connection, you have to wander through and climb a mountain, sometimes a tree. And they always, as soon as they get connecting, they remind me that, Mr. Speaker, here we struggle to get connection. Did you go there?
Mr. Speaker, no, please, I didn't go there.
So you didn't tour the whole country. But now you have the opportunity, because you're going to the ministry which is responsible for rural telephony. Tell me how you will ensure that every part of our community is digitally included. So digital inclusion, how do you intend to achieve that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think for for this time around, I've noticed that the budget has made provision for rural telephony. I mean, in the past, it was more on a loan facility. However, with the budget making provision, and then the release, Mr. Chairman, like I would say again, the release, I think my minister will be able to achieve this.
Minister, good afternoon. I can see you're here. That's a very good compliment. I'm sure you will make sure that we release. Very well. Yes, I am done, so I'll leave the floor for other members to ask questions. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would say that you normally don't show an indigent the way to his house. Let me congratulate the nominee. I say you don't show an indigent the way to his house because he has spent many years at the NCA. And fortunately, on his entry to Parliament, he had also been on the Communications Committee with us. So I know that he's been very conversant with many of the issues affecting the ministry. But nevertheless, if you are handsome, you still need to bath. So I know that he will still do with a number of issues. Mr. Chairman, you started on the note, and I want to follow up from where you left off. On the issue of, currently there have been widespread calls and complaints from the public about some aspects of quality service, especially in the area of call drops. Many members of the public have complained loudly about they are just on the phone and without any notice it drops, not because your units are exhausted or others, but it comes. I'm tying these call drops with the issue of the rural telephony, and we had the benefit of going many places with the Honorable Minister to commission some cell sites. And I just, Mr. Chairman, indulge me to deal with a few statistics. I think the rural telephony sites, the total is supposed to be 2,016 cell sites, out of which 450 have been completed, commissioned, and are working, which means that the rest of the number, almost 1,700 and something, are still not workable. They are either not completed or they are completed, but they have just one or two other issues of connectivity problems, which militate against their usage. Now, the Honorable Minister, in meeting the committee, indicated, for instance, that 60 million euros, 16 million euros. Today, I'm sure if you convert it, we are running into hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis. It's owed to service contractors who have not been paid for the past 1 year. You also have figures from the minister indicating that about 25 million euros is needed to complete the entire project. And so if you put all this together, you have a huge quantum of resources that is needed to, as it were, complete and bring to fruition the 2,016 cell sites to enable our brothers and sisters in areas where there's virtually no connectivity. We are going to help the minister at the ministry to deal with the issues of the ministry. As a member of the committee and as somebody who has already worked with the NCA, what ideas are you going to contribute to help the minister get to the bottom of this matter, especially if issues of fundraising and partnerships and others are all concerned? Because it's clear, the government of Ghana, as we all know, in the budget, and the minister will be the first to admit what I'm saying, there's a difference between what is budgeted for and what is released. And the minister will tell you that there's an interminable pipeline for the releases. They release some, they never get there before even the year ends, and then it goes back.
So kindly go
So
to the question.
what ideas are you going to bring forward to ensure that, one, the quality of service that we talked about, and two, the issues of funding and other support to ensure the completion of these exercises are done for the benefit of the people?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The issue of funding has to do with the Ministry of Finance releasing the funds that has been allocated in the budget. Like I said earlier, this time around, the issue of rural telephony is really captured in the budget in terms of release. A certain amount of money has been allocated to it. So I believe with my minister being here, she will be able to push for us to get that money. In terms of quality of service, I need to look at the figures and the parameters very well before I can give you a certain answer to it, because I do not also want to sit here and then make certain allegations that could also inure to some companies' benefit, or could also bring some companies down, because there's a public hearing, and whatever I say could be deemed as something that could also do something to a certain company. So I'm just careful. When I get the real parameters, I'll be able to answer to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure the nominee will no doubt recall that not too long ago, we had to grapple with the closure of many radio stations by the NCA, and which generated a lot of heat and arguments in the country, with even, in some cases, political motives being cited. Notwithstanding the fact that it was clear that in many of the instances, some of the radio stations were also derelict of their obligations. Now, I want to believe that, and knowing you for who you be, I know you like to be you like to be on the field. How are you going to work to ensure that the closure of the radio stations, which resulted from years of, if I may say, advisedly, dereliction of duty by the NCA2 in not seeking compliance of the various stations which owed licenses and were non-compliant with the conditions and terms of their licenses? How will you work to ensure that we no longer get to a situation where the same dereliction of duty will lead to piling up of those obligations? And then also, if you look at the ruling of the Electronic Communication Tribunal, led by Professor Datiba, who said that the action taken by NCA in shutting down some of those stations was also like using a sledgehammer to kill a mosquito. That the NCA was also derelict in procedural impropriety. How are you going to ensure that we don't go back to this same thing again, where if even some of the stations are derelict of their duty, the NCA also does not do its job, and then ultimately you have to force the closure of stations? How are you going to contribute to help your minister to get the NCA to be compliant with these duties so that these things don't come up again?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the last check, when I was leaving NCA, the minister had already directed them, and NCA is being compliant with this. Sorry, the last check, the minister had already directed them NCA, and the NCA is being compliant with the provisions of the law and the act. So I believe as of now, I do not think the NCA is doing something that would cause these sort of situations again. And I also believe that it is also the responsibility of these companies to adhere to the rules of engagement, let's say the rules and regulations or the laws of the country. Everybody is given authorization with certain conditions. So as a CEO or as a company head, once you receive your authorization, you need to read the conditions that are attached to this authorization. And if you read them very well, it is spelled out clearly what you should do so that you are not victim, you do not fall victim to such things. So I believe everybody is doing its part now, both ways, the NCA, the regulatory agency, and then the companies themselves are also doing it well. Thank you.
Are you conversant with the current level of audit that has been done by NCA?
No, I am not conversant with the current audit.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. The National Information Technology Agency, NITA, has a crucial role to play in meeting the goals and objectives of your ministry. But it is also bedeviled with serious problems. Among others are some high attrition rates of their staff owing to poor conditions of service, and also certain bottlenecks that militate against the generation of revenue, including fees. Unfortunately, you are a member of parliament, facilitating them to get access to the parliament for the revision of their Fees and Charges Act, as well as a hanging debt of over 24 million euros. Also on them, while they have the opportunity to make more money, but they are also suffering from an obnoxious government policy of capping the earnings of the outfits. What ideas do you have in respect of these problems I've enumerated to help NITA, to help your minister to get NITA to deal with these issues so that its full potential can be realized for the benefit of this country?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. But if I should get you right here, one of the things NITA must be allowed to do is to take up the capping of the IGF. We should allow them to have a full 100%. I know it's a bit difficult, but we should allow NITA to have a full 100% of their IGF. And then secondly, I think through the minister, we could come back to their fees and charges and look at how their fees and charges, how they have scheduled their fees, charges in most of the companies that use their services. That could also help them meet their revenue target and then keep staff working with them. I think these are a few points. But then I'm yet to get to the ministry, so I believe my minister has her own direction, and I believe we shall follow what she has, her good direction. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. The assurance is that the sweetness of the pudding is not the aroma, it's in the eating. I hope you'll get there.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the space. I can see that you brought some prominent Achimabwakwa king behind you, and on your CV you come from Osinase. You must be a man of cloud to bring this king. Congratulations. Yes, you worked with the NCA for 14 good years, that's all.
Yes, please.
So when you were exiting, what was your designation?
Senior manager.
Senior manager?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, my main question. I have a lot of issues with NCA. And I don't know whether there is a sanction regime under the law that when you come into somebody's space, in terms of the benefit of the telephony deliveries, Ghanaians should suffer a shabby treatment. Because I'll be calling Mr. Speaker right here, his phone is on. It says out of coverage area. And it's so pervasive, you begin to wonder that how come that Ghanaians should be paying for a service and yet they are being given a shabby treatment. Do you know whether there's a sanction regime? And if you get there, you can cooperate with your minister so that you crack the whip. Because I don't believe it should be the norm. I'm sure if they go to the Western countries, they will not be able to export some of these incompetencies there. So please, if you have a comment on what I'm saying, that's my first question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I believe with all the licensing regime we have in NCA, everybody has a certain conditions to meet, certain parameters. And if these operators are not meeting their license conditions or certain parameters for quality of service, the NCA would definitely sanction them. And so there is a sanction, or there's a sanction regime that takes care of that. And this not reaching out to a certain person close to you, the NCA has to do with the mobile operators. They probably has something to do. Could be the terrain, it could be other things. It's not just a straightforward thing as we see it. Terrain could play a factor in it. So, but there's a sanction regime in NCA. There's a sanction regime in NCA.
Last question. You dealt with this institution, NCA, for 14 good years. So you have a lot of understanding and knowledge in the area. What is it about NCA now on hindsight should be improved for the benefit of Ghana? Because now you can do a post-mortem. 14 years with them. What did you see as maybe a fundamental challenge that if corrected, you can have a very powerful NCA and by extension it will bless Ghana?
14 years with NCA. I think for me, NCA has a lot to achieve. It is just that if we could give them, I know they generate their own revenue, we generate our own revenue, but the number of staff, the staff strength to work with in NCA is still inadequate, even though we have opened other regional offices, because it's a regulatory body that you need to be on the field most of the times. But the sort of revenue does not compare to the salaries of the workers in NCA. Given the chance, I wish they would have better salaries, get a lot of staff in there to help regulate the industry, because the telecom industry is evolving. It's evolving a lot. There are different technologies, and then you need to build capacity of the staff in there. So you cannot always rely on that revenue bracket in there. So for me, if you are given the chance, these are some of the things.
I wish you well in your coming dispensation. And I've seen that you never told me that you had even masters in that area. So you are a man of humility and power under control. You will succeed.
Some judge before you, yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable Charles, congratulations on your nomination. I'm still going to go back to the NCA. Starting from the committee chairman, there have been issues asked you about NCA. The issues of quality of service. You worked at the NCA, you are technical biased. Do you think that the test drives and the systems in place to determine QoS at the NCA are actually effective, given the challenges that members, including yourself and the minister, face sometimes with the calls that you make? Because the NCA report passes the MNOs on all the KPIs, yet the real quality of service on the ground does not represent what your reports are saying. What do you think about the system that's used to determine QoS at the NCA?
I think there's more, you are talking about the user experience than the quality of service, because there's a quality of user experience and then the quality of service there. You're looking at that bit. For the system the NCA is using one of the best systems that I believe there. And then the KPI set is also very strict KPIs. The user experience is what it is a challenge where the ministry has decided to put in certain policies like the national roaming, so that if an operator is not strong somewhere in terms of signal quality, another operator that is stronger will be used there. So for tools, the NCA has, the kind of tools the NCA uses, they are very of high quality, and the KPIs they set are standard. I'm yet to see how they're not standardized.
Chairman, just as a follow-up on his answer. No. Oh, I'm just asking a follow-up on my first question. The follow-up is just to ask you that, don't you think there should be a direct correlation between what the tools are reporting and what the quality of user experience, as you put it, should be? Shouldn't there be a direct correlation? Well,
you asked of quality of service tools and then quality of user experience tools. They are two different things. I mean, the quality of service tools has certain parameters in there that is used to measure them. And the quality of experience is also different. So user experience is just like the TV there. The TV, we watching the TV. The sort of feeling I have with watching a Samsung TV probably will differ from the way you feel you're watching Samsung. So it's the experience they have. But direct correlation, once they meet all the KPIs, I think it's okay.
Chairman, because of the restriction on questions, but I'm not comfortable with the answer. But let me just ask, and earlier on, when we vetted the Ministry of Information, I realized that a lot of members asked questions on impersonation. The actual ministry we should be asking that question is communications. Reason being that the Cyber Security Authority sits under the Ministry of Communications where you're going to. We have had the rigors of going through a SIM re-registration exercise. Yet MPs are actually the most impersonated group of persons in Ghana, with a lot of crime being perpetrated in the names of members of parliament, including the Minister of Communications and your very good self. People are defrauding people using fake accounts. And Mr. Chairman, you spoke about 19 fake accounts. I spoke to a contact at Facebook that deleted 32 accounts in my name. And in 24 hours, there were 15 new accounts created. What do you think you would suggest to the Minister and Cybersecurity should be the approach to dealing with the perpetrators? Because if you look at all the fake accounts and you look at the numbers that are used to receive the mobile money, it's a series of numbers. The same numbers are being used to run multiple accounts. It's the same professor they're asking you to meet for a protocol thing. It's the same 05 number that they are using. How is it that after registration, we are still, the Cybersecurity Authority is not able to work with the police to pick these individuals immediately? Where is the disconnect?
Honorable Samai, Chair, thank you very much. But it's ongoing, and then it's public awareness and public education. For instance, I usually tell my constituents the same thing. I do not chat on Facebook. So why do you want to chat on Facebook with me? Talk to me. Come to my end. But when you see somebody chat you on Facebook with my name, then you should be worried that it is not me. It has to be a lot of public education. It has to be a lot. Because today, you could close the number of fake accounts. If you close 100, 200 will come up again. So it has to be with public education. You have to, and then in terms of numbers, I know the ministry is trying to work on a lot of policies to ensure that these things are not done. But however, government should fund cybersecurity a lot, because they also lack funding.
Well, as the Honorable Member for Ningo Prapram asked, there are a number of telephone numbers they give. The owners of those telephone numbers sit with an agency in Ghana or sit with telcos which are registered and regulated by the NCA. So how come we can't trace those people to know who they are, and they pay money into those accounts anyway? So how come we can't trace them?
Mr. Chair, it's unfortunate that these prosecutions do not come to our notice in Parliament. But in actual sense, it's happening. People are caught, people are prosecuted, and yet still people perpetrate the fraud. It's not that the police and the National Communications Authority or those agencies involved are not doing what they are supposed to do. It's just like a normal criminal act. You arrest, you still have people coming back to do the same thing again, or probably being sophisticated with other things. So it's just that it hasn't been, it doesn't come. It's ongoing, and the NCA and the ministry is still doing as much as it can.
Chairman, because of the restriction, I just thank you. I just want to say that I'm happy to see the minister sit here and guide her deputy, because I was worried when my very good friend Charles was sent to the ministry. There's a huge attrition rate for deputy ministers.
Hello.
In that ministry.
Thank you for your
very
suggestion.
Huge. Kojo Aban, George Anda.
Hello.
Oh, Chairman.
You don't have the floor to give a list of attrition. Yes, Lisbeth.
Honorable Champon, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I realize that you've worked within this space for quite a number of years. If you are giving the nod, how are you going to help your minister achieve 3 things that you want in that space?
I first need to understand the policy direction of the ministry and then government as a whole. I could have my own opinion though, but if it's not the direction of government and the ministry, it will not fall in place. So then the first thing I'll have to do is understand the policy direction of government and then come to the policy direction of the ministry before I can give an opinion on certain things. Without that, I'm sorry, honorable member. I understand very well. Yes, I have things I would want to do, but then if it's not a certain policy direction, I cannot do much about it. It has to follow a certain policy direction that will lead to the benefits of everybody in the country.
Usually I don't do follow-up, but you have brought yourself for a follow-up. So what are some of the things that you think, if your minister is adding them with you, you want to do? 3 things.
Again, I also say again that my minister also doesn't work alone. Also has a policy direction from cabinet. So she would also go to cabinet. And so
honorable member, you've worked in that agency, CA, which is within the ministry. Whilst you were working there, the policy direction which you worked under, what is it in it that you may want to expand, contract, or rejected altogether?
Again, rural telephony. Yes, I would prefer if I would hope if the government would give the minister or the ministry a lot of money so that it can expand the rural telephony, because most of the questions that comes to the floor of parliament has to do with rural telephony. So that is one of them. If we could get a lot of funding, then we can expand this whole rural telephony thing. And then the girls in ICT policy that's being run by the minister. If you look at the direction in which it is going, I mean, if we are given a lot of funding, we can just integrate it to the STEM education, and it will fit it well into it. Basically, and then the government's data acceleration projects too. Again, I think these are some of the things that I would want us to work on.
That will be all for you.
Yes, honorable.
Thank you, Chairman.
Congratulations, Honorable Champon. I have an advice for you looking at your stay at NCA. I know you know most of the challenges at the committee level. Most of these issues that we are talking about here has come to us several times. And I'm very happy you are making reference to the direction of the minister, the government, and the ministry. So I know you are going to cooperate very well with the minister so that you can bridge the gap between rural areas and then the urban centers. As we all agree, in most of the villages, you don't have internet. You don't have you can't even make a call. You have to be on trees and others. So please, by the close of the year, we want to see an improvement in the network system in most places in Ghana. So, Minister and your brother, do well to link the villages to the national network for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to talk to God, you talk to the wind. God is sitting on my right. The wind is looking straight in the face. So the wind, make sure it gets to God. Right? The rural telephony. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Charles Echampo, congratulations. I don't have a question, but I want you to educate us, since you've been at your comfort zone for as long as 14 years. How do we give licenses to television stations? And who moderates what they're supposed to show and at what time? Thank you.
Well, per the laws of this country, NCA does not regulate content. It's the National Media Commission that does content. So we provide the infrastructure. That's what the laws has mandated us to do. And then the Media Commission would regulate the content of it.
Thank you. So you give the license. What will cause the withdrawal of the license? What will request or cause for withdrawal of the licenses? Thank you.
Like the law said, there are certain compliance in the acts and in the LI that you need to. If you do not adhere to them, definitely your license will be withdrawn. National security is there. Even simple thing as fee, even not paying your fee, it could also cause your license to be withdrawn. So it's a whole factor. But the Media Commission can also, in their own wisdom, having looked at whatever you are producing to the general populace and deem it as a threat to the security of the country, can also cause your license to be withdrawn. In the same vein, the NCA can also look at whether you are meeting your license conditions, and it could also cause it to be withdrawn. So there are other factors that could cause that.
Very well. Yes, leader.
Honorable, congratulations. My question is a follow-up on the rural telephony rollout. Yes, the minister came to Parliament, and with the support of the House, we approved a facility to expand rural telephony. She later reported that the process has been suspended for some time due to the debt restructuring and others. Today, you said there's something in the budget for the ministry to continue some of those activities. Do you know whether the money in the budget can complete what you started, or it's just going to be able to do part of it.
I don't have the real figures here, but I believe that whatever has been made, provision has been made in the budget, could complete some of them, not entirely, could complete some of them. That could bring relief to certain communities in the country. So I won't say all, because I do not know the extent in which the cost implications of whatever is there.
What will be your criteria for selecting those who will be lucky for theirs to be completed and those who will be unlucky for theirs to be uncompleted? What will be your criteria for selecting this? For instance, you need to answer this question properly so that if there's an outstanding one in chairman's constituency, you don't create problem for yourself by saying that you have a strategy which does not capture his own. So what strategy will you use?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. But leader, please, you know this selection is not done by the ministry, but the agency, GIFEC. So probably when I go in there with the help of with the direction of the minister, I'll definitely understand the criteria in which they do that. But I don't. The ministry will not be able to tell the criteria in which they fall.
I was hoping that you're going to take advantage of the situation to assure that by whatever criteria used, the Bekwa constituency challenges will be dealt with. Because you see, if the report is not complete, it's not complete. You can't do anything about it. All right?
Chair, when we all noted, and when we get there, we'll cross the bridge.
But you see, the colleagues, including yourself, are the ones who identify these gaps and make the appeal to our colleague, the minister, and she takes them on board. So if you, in the process of implementation, leave it with NCA, there's always going to be a gap, because I can't go to NCA and say anything, but I can hold the minister responsible, because she's the one who said we'll do this. So you will need to intervene in a way to get at least there's one in my constituency done and everything, and the people still don't understand. But the thing is here, why is it not working? So those ones you will need to intervene. I don't know what your ministers whisper to you, but let me hear you.
So you are listening to something. Don't worry, leader. I'll come back to you on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. DAB, digital audio broadcasting. I just realized you've rolled out, and the potentials are very great. I am aware you are doing a test drive with some radio stations currently. You have further procured some receivers that are in the hands of some individuals. What is the status of that currently?
It's an ongoing process. It's an experiment that's being conducted. I believe the results are yet to be shared with the ministry. So when I get there, I would have to study the results and then probably advise on it. Thank you very much.
Since this is a very important program, and eventually I'm sure almost every radio station, whatever, would have to be DAB because it's more efficient and everything. What preparations, do you know that the ministry is making? For instance, if people are still ordering receivers that are not DAB compliant today. It is not efficient for them. What plans are you making together with other agencies that will make sure that people who are producing or importing receivers into this country are compliant? So we don't need a day that you say that you need to, like in the television, you need a set-top box to receive a certain spectrum of broadcast. What do you know the ministry is doing to be able to be ahead of the game?
Leader, like you just said, what do I know the ministry is doing? It's unfortunate I'm not there yet. Please, and when I get there, I'll be able to give you the answer. I'll personally come to your office and give you the answer.
It's NCA that is driving it. So have you lost all your contacts with NCA? You are not following what they are doing?
Yes, I know it's the NCA doing, but like I said, I don't want to say something that I am not too sure of, so I'm just being careful. That's why I said I'll give you the answer when I get there. Thank you.
That's fair. Those of us living in the rural areas, we also have some radio stations that should help us. A member of parliament, it's good to have a radio station that could help us do disseminate information and that thing, and it's been helping. But sometimes the difficulty is that they are still expected to pay some fees to NCA. And you have just said, and I agree with you, that if you look at your authorization, you are required to fulfill some requirements. But is there a way you can monitor and find out whether those radios, whether they are community-based or commercial, are actually making any returns capable of even giving them a chance of paying the monies you expect them to pay?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before an authorization is given to you, you bring in a proposal, a business proposal. The NCA has options, the community base and then the commercial base. The commercial base is also categorized in certain coverage radius. So your proposal determines what you can do. And therefore, if at a point in time you feel you're unable to go on that path, then the best is to write to the NCA and tell them that you are not able to go on this path. But as it stands now, your proposal determines, and then every 5 years, you come back, you bring in audited financial accounts, financial reports, and all these things, and the NCA peruses it. So it's what you bring that we assess. If you are doing well, fine. If you are not doing well, you are given a letter on it.
I get that, but yes, if you start a company, you are supposed to do certain things. The services they are providing are essential. People are happy that they are connected. They can listen to radio. The government want to share an information. They listen. But the truth is that the radio stations themselves, as you know, some of the equipment needed to be in an air-conditioned room 24/7. The transmitter, something you can't do without it. Because of the acoustic issues, the room from which you are hosting those things needed to be sealed. So big electricity bill, no commercial activity, but every year, either 9,000 or 10,000, you are supposed to pay. If they are unable to pay, the threat is you take away their license. Can there not be a midway? A midway, oh, yes, I agree. Can there not be a midway that once you can determine that, look, they are not making any profit. However, they are providing an essential service, so you can do something about it.
Unfortunately, Leader, there's no midway in here because the fees and charges are also passed by Parliament here. We pass the fees and charges. And this is what the NCA makes a proposal, and then we agree to it. So there's no midway. If it's essential, there's a community, we'll review it, and also there's a community information centers that could also be used. But then there's a commercial venture and there's a community bit. we could review it. We could review the fees and the fees again. But then again, it dovetails to what Honorable Atachian said. The sort of capacity you need in NCA and all, and they are self-funding. So then again, you are looking at you swapping certain things. That's what I believe. But then it's an essential service, so I believe my minister is here, so she probably will find a way around it.
Chairman, I'm done. I just noticed that you went to a very good school, KNUST. That is why you are able to answer these questions very well as well. Thank you very much.
The Logonites didn't hear that. Yes, leader.
Honorable Charles Achampon, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much, leader.
Let me take you to your CV. You have really spent a lot of time at the National Communication Authority. You even did your national service there. Spent the years 2007 to 2021. Give me 3 projects that you remember you led in those years and how you successfully executed those 3 projects at the NCA.
I was involved in the national roaming policy. We did the first bit of the national roaming policy. Yes, roaming policy. So were those technical guys that did the study and then gave our recommendations to management and then the board and subsequently to the ministry. So that's one project. And then the TV white space, where you use frequencies that are not used for last mile solutions for internet connectivity, basically for a certain reduced rate. And then the microwave restructuring, or I can again say the FM restructuring, because initially FM was more of a blanket. Then it was everybody could go as far as you think you can go. But then with a certain directions, I was part of the team that developed the bit of coverage radius and signal quality. Limitations, yes, please.
Limitations.
Yes, please. So I've given you that.
Me again. I see that you were a member of the board of the Minerals Commission from 2021 till date.
Yes, please. Is
that correct?
Yes, Chair.
Good. So let's talk about the Minerals Commission for a little bit. The Minerals Commission is at the center of licensing, the licensing regime for mining, small-scale mining especially. How many trips did you take around the country as a board member to a lot of areas that has seen devastation of our forests, of our water bodies? And when, as a board member, what are some of the steps you took to try to make sure you address the general concerns that Ghanaians have had about Galamsey? Galamsey menace that seems to have destroyed our water bodies and continues to devastate our environment.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. We looked at the restructuring of the small-scale industry to have community mining schemes where communities are encouraged to have a certain community mining platform where everybody is involved, and there's certain areas are earmarked for them to operate within. So the community mining was one, and then they provided a mercury-free extractor or sort of gold, instead of using when you know artisanal mining, people do use mercury they'll put it in where catch the gold or do something, but the mercury-free processing machine was used to extract the gold. So these are some of the factors. And then the last bit is providing certain equipment for monitoring of heavy-duty machinery that would definitely know where machines are going, whether they're going to a forest area or they are not going to forest areas, and whether they are going beyond their boundaries of assignment.
Familiar with Professor Boateng's report on the committee, the interministerial committee that was charged to look into all of the illegal activities and all of the findings that were entailed in the report. Are you familiar with it?
Sorry, Chair, I basically heard it on the radio. I haven't delved into, I've not delved into it. I've not even cited the reports myself, but I heard a discussion. It just passed by my ears, but not really.
Nobody that has appeared before it seems to know anything about Professor Boateng or his report. Strange. As a board member of the Minerals Commission, as a board member of the Minerals Commission, you are speaking to the people of Ghana. Kindly pour your own frustrations and concerns that you have personally experienced. You have sat in that boardroom, approved licenses for prospecting, and they will go to the areas, that's not the lines, that's not the limitations you gave them, and devastate the forests and water bodies. Express some of the frustration of that board to us, to the people of Ghana.
Frustration is we not adhering to the rules and the laws of the country. It is just that as a people, as a country, we just do not want to abide by the rules of the country. Because if you look, there are more ways in which we are trying as much as possible to mitigate all these challenges. It's just that the people in this country, some people do not just want to adhere to the rules of engagement. So that's a bit of a frustration.
This be a fair statement that from the president on, there has been a complete failure.
No.
It's a president who put his presidency on the line to fight Galamsey. You just said that obviously when we realized that it was a big problem, we had failed, we decided to go to community mining. I am from the Western region, and I want you, when you leave here, since you are still on the board, to visit the so-called community mining sites. Is Galamsey going on? So I think I speak for the majority of Ghanaians when I say that there's a complete failure from the president down to the board of the Minerals Commission to everybody involved in that line. Do you agree?
Leader, I reserve my comments on that.
Let's go on. You've been in the sector for a while. What is the mission and vision of the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization?
It's to use ICT to develop the economy of the country. That's the basic understanding of it. It's to use ICT as a tool for development.
Vision. Okay.
Okay,
let's move to the next one. Jump on. The government aims to achieve about 80% internet penetration by 2030. In your view, what specific strategies will be implemented to achieve this goal?
Again, I believe if you look at the policy direction of the ministry, that's it. For instance, the NCA intends to roll out 5G very soon. And so these are some of the directions that will help mitigate this.
Specific strategies, metrics, will you use to basically measure these strategies that you intend to?
We basically work with the agencies to help achieve this. That's it.
Okay. Cybercrime. I think it's been mentioned variously. It's a big problem. Exactly what will you be doing, supporting your minister to address cybercrime? Almost every politician is in trouble. Everybody's in trouble. Especially in the face of modern emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies that quite frankly are coming faster than we can even catch up. Exactly what strategies are you going to help your minister within this short period of time to address these emerging challenges?
Tooling the Cybersecurity Authority is one of the biggest strategies. And then tooling comes with funding. So then again, if you fund them, I believe we would get there.
Digitalization, the history of it. We've been told that. Tell us the history of Ghana's digitalization. Do you know it? A little bit of what you know.
It depends on what you
It
want,
depends on it.
what you want
Okay,
to know. Then
I know a little bit of it. For example, I know the history of how we even started and the background of how Ghana's Eastern Corridor fiber optic backbone infrastructure came about. 800 kilometers of pipe, of a backbone from Ho to Boko. Investment that today really has laid a foundation for data that we are talking about. And a lot of investment in that communication sector. This was all led by President John Dramani Mahama. Now, honestly tell me, if somebody asks you, between President Mahama and Vice President Baumia, who is the digital... Oh, Chairman, don't put your hand anywhere. Let me ask him. We've been told that Vice President Baumia is now the digital wage kid. Tell us, I've pointed to specific things that President Mahama did in the communication sector. Can you tell us? Don't write notes, Minister. That's completely out of order. Chairman, this one there, we saw it direct.
You can't
One there.
You can't use any notes. Kindly return it.
Chair, I'm not even referring to the notes.
Well, I'm here looking at
my minister has briefed me enough for me to understand.
I'm looking directly in your face. So.
Yeah, so you can look directly. My minister has briefed me enough for me to understand.
So simply, we know the mess in the economy. And so tell us how we should give Vice President Bambi another title in an area he has not done anything.
You're not required to answer this question. If you wish to, you can, but it's not a requirement.
Chair, I'm a bit surprised. I mean, it's a vet, and it's not the same. But if you look at data agenda, then the ICT for accelerated development started in Kufuor's era. That was the policy direction for digital agenda in this country, if you want to go on that tangent. Because there needs to be a policy drive before you can go that way. You can give birth to a child, again, and then if you don't take care of the child, you cannot say the success of the child is because of you gave birth to the child. But if you don't put in an effort for the child to go...
Honorable nominee, you want to talk about childhood? You want to talk about childhood? Let's go back to the PND's era then. And then come to President Rawlings.
All right.
And
yeah.
former ministers.
We are out of the political zone now.
And former ministers, John Mahama. You want to talk about childhood? Anyway, congratulations. All the best.
Now, at every least opportunity, the politicians want to jump in with their political comparison. So that's why I'm moderating. There are some questions I will not urge you to answer if you don't want to. But
respectfully, my good friend, the Honorable Minister of Communication, you've been here a little too long. And I see you want to write notes. Anyway, I'll keep my comments because I'm gonna.
We only want to be sending the messages on rural telephony through the wind to the God. As for the rural telephony message, unfortunately, it's not with the NCA or it's with the ministry's agency. So for those of you who have rural communities like my friends here, you have the best opportunity to hold the wind to send a message to the God. Yes, but I'm particularly interested again in the cybersecurity part. It is growing. It affects all of us. But it doesn't appear to me that the security agencies take a particularly keen interest in finding out. Because I'm sure if they did, they would be able to trace and get some people. I heard you say that people are arrested and prosecuted, but we don't get to know. What about the annual reports? Does the Cybersecurity Agency issue annual reports? Does it come to the ministry? Do they report on those ones?
Thank you, Chair. I would get back to you on that one because I want to be factual on this one. I want to really be factual, so I'll get back to you, please.
Very well. What I'll do is specifically request the ministry to give us a report on all those incidents, because I recall that on our platform we brought it up, and she arranged for us to meet with the cybersecurity. They pulled all of us, each one. That was the day I found out that there were about 19 accounts in my name. I only heard about 2, and it applies to all of us. So maybe we'll need to request you to specifically report to us what steps have been taken in that respect. Very well. Honorable Echampong, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. Unfortunately, I don't remember having any request to acknowledge some of the people here, but all the chiefs who came to support the nominee, we thank you for coming. The MCE is here, I'm told. Who else is here? Party chairman is here, I'm sure. Okay. All right. We thank all of you for coming to support the nominee. For now, you're discharged. You hear from us again. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. And I want to use this opportunity to thank the President of this country for giving the people of Lower West Akim such an opportunity. We will be very happy about it. Thank you. Yes, that's why I said that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Very well, now you're discharged. We have one more to do before we bring proceedings to a close. Kindly bring Honorable Adelaide in team. You're discharged. You're discharged. You can go. Honorable members, let's continue. Kindly administer the oath.
Please, do you want the Bible or the Quran? Please, you say this one after me. Okay.
Madam Roma, please proceed.
I, Adelaide Intim,
Swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
nothing but the truth,
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Please have a seat.
Honorable Adelaide Intim, on behalf of the committee, we congratulate you on your nomination as the Deputy Minister for Health. Kindly turn on your mic when you're speaking back to us. You are a member of Parliament, and constitutionally, you're qualified to be a Minister of State or a Deputy Minister. However, we will ask you a few questions, but start from telling us a little about you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Adelaide Intim. I was born and raised here in Accra. I'm an Ashanti from Anansu Insita in the Central District. I'm a Christian and an Anglican by sect. I had my elementary education at Princeton International Preparatory School in Bubuashi in the Greater Accra region, where I obtained my middle school leaving certificate in 1985. I proceeded to obtain my GCE O-level certificate in 1991 at the St. Monica Secondary School, Mampong, in the Ashanti region. I left the country after my O-level to the United States of America. In 2017, I attended Stafford Career Institute in the United States of America, where I graduated with a diploma in pharmacy assistant. In 2019, I went to the Ashworth College in Georgia, in the United States of America, where I pursued a certificate course in basic criminal law. To enhance my managerial ability and administrative capacity in 2023, I went to Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, to pursue a certificate course in administration and management, of which I graduated successfully. With regards to my employment history, I have worked in the health sector for over 20 years as a nurse aide and a pharmacy assistant in the United States of America until 2020, when I came to contest as a parliamentary candidate. After the 2020 December general elections, I was elected as a member of parliament to serve the good people of Nsuta Kwamai Biposo. As a legislator, I serve on the Foreign Affairs Committee, Government Assurance Committee, and Environmental Science, Technology, and Innovation Committee. I'm also privileged to be a board member of Ghana Cylinder Manufacturing Company and a board member of Water Resource Commission since 2021, when my appointment was made. Today, I'm sitting here as a Deputy Minister Designate for Health And by the grace of God, if I am approved by this committee, I will serve as a Deputy Minister for Health for the good people of Ghana. Thank you.
Yes.
Why are people gagging me like? Mr. Chairman, please protect
Hello.
me. Mr. Chairman,
Can
please
I have
protect me.
Can I have some order? Can I have some order? I thought that you would come to the International Women's Day with bearing some cognac and some whiskey for us. When it is Valentine's Day, men take us out. We do. What International Mother's Day, we do. Your day too, you should do. Yes, Honorable, just be patient with him. We'll acknowledge your International Women's Day after this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question will be on brain drain. Brain drain. In 2023, the Ghana Health Service indicated that we lost about 1,319 nurses through brain drain. In 2022, we lost about 600 nurses. We are losing the active section of the health workforce. I'm not oblivious of the fact that you are a deputy minister and you are going to assist your minister. How will you assist your minister for us to sustain the most experienced health workforce in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, I think we need to reconsider and also motivate it and also make the work attractive so that they can come back to Ghana and work for Mother Ghana. Thank you.
All right. Yes.
Honorable Adelaide team, congratulations. Each for all.
Thank you, all for God.
Yes. Honorable Adelaide and I completed O-level together at St. Monica's Secondary School in 1991. So I'm not surprised that she's here today. As a St. Monican, she deserves it. She's been trained well, and I know that she'll go places all the same. Yes, it's always good to try and find a very good school to attend so that on a day like this, your task will not be that difficult. On that note, what is your take on how technology can help improve health service in the country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will assist my minister to improve technology in the health sector and also make, in the health sector, for example, the drone. We can use the drone to deliver medications to the patients. Thank you.
At Zuta or Zuta people or
it's a global, nationwide.
You use it from Accra to Zuta?
Yes, please.
Okay. That will last about 30 minutes. If we're going by road, it will last about 5-6 hours. Is that right? I see. Very well.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm sure your minister will find in you a very great deputy. Go there and shine. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, Honorable Adelaide team,
Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Ntim, as of now, you are the only female whom, if by the grace of God, the Honorable Committee approves of your nomination, you'll be the member of the executive at the Ministry of Health. Today is International Women's Day. Could you please give us a little gist how you're going to support your minister in areas of maternal and child health care? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although we have improved, we still need to do more to put in place for prenatal and postnatal care. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Honorable Ntim, congratulations on your appointment. I don't have a question. It's an opinion I want. If, as a deputy minister, if you're going to advise the president about the prudence of leaving existing projects and then starting new health projects completely, what advice would that be?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will take an advice from my minister. Thank you.
Very well, now leadership. Hello, oh, Ata, sorry.
Yes, Honorable Adelaide Ntim, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, if you pay regard to health infrastructure in the country, since the time of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to date, we have observed a very powerful phenomenon in the sense that President Akufo-Addo has initiated, and construction is ongoing, that every district should have one hospital. Would you want to, would you want to shed some light on this, and how does it eventually help in health improvement in the entire nation? The Agenda 111, project.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will take advice from my minister to make sure we complete some of the infrastructure. And also, I know it will be a benefit to all districts so that the citizens will have an access to healthcare services. Thank you.
Is there an Agenda 111 project at Insita Kwame?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
How far have they reached? Have they reached roofing level or?
Mr. Chairman, please, it's about 55%.
About 55% done.
Yes,
very well.
Thank you.
That's an important brief. Yes, leadership.
Chairman, the St. Monica's lady here is pleading with me not to ask any question. They say it's International Women's Day. You were here when they praised Sechere and said you and I are not romantic and other things. So let's leave it here like that. Yes. We don't want to make it worse, so let's leave it like that.
Yeah, leader.
Honorable Adelaide Ntim, I see you will be a diligent deputy health minister. It seems like every question you are so eager to consult your minister. So I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Adelaide Tim, you were recently made a chief. I'm looking for the name of the stool. Where is it? That there saw Bahima by the Suta Queen. What is the meaning of that there swaba? And I can when we say that there swaba, what it means is that iron bears fruit. So what kind of stool is that?
It's a metal fruitful.
What, a metal fruit bowl? You should go and learn the history of that stool well. You know, I'm also from Unsuta, you know that. My grandfather.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, my grandfather, Nana Asokwahene, he gave birth to my mother, Nana Safwa. So I'm also a grandson, and I know a little about the Unsuta. Yes. And I see Honorable Semprempe and looking at me intensely. Very well. It looks like, was it which of the ladies who said that he says he wants to come last because by the time he gets there, people are tired. And that was Newman. And actually, she got that. By the time you got to her turn, people were tired. You're also benefiting from being the fifth person, and people are tired. But today is Friday. Well, since the day is already spent, I'll only wish you well. And the best thing you have been saying is that you consult your minister. The position of a deputy minister doesn't come with any specific role. You do what your minister asks you to do. If you do that, you will do well. That if you go and give yourself some roles, your minister will cut you short because he has no role to cut. So I wish you well. And for now, I'll acknowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll acknowledge the chiefs and my grandparents who have come here to support you. Honorable Kwame Osei-Prempeh, former Deputy Attorney General and current MD of GOEL. You're welcome, Kwame, four-time Member of Parliament from Sutakwam. Hey, Honorable Simiayezu Team, National Chairman, is he here? Only his wife is here. All right. Thank you, Mrs., for coming to support us. Nana of Feriwa Mamfo, Farmer Hima, representing Sutahima. Nana, we thank you for coming. Nana Mensa Brampa, Bema Chami, representing Kwaman Traditional Council. Nana, we thank you for coming. Nana Chichi, Achame Hima of Beposo. Nana, we thank you for coming. Professor Martin Otinga Bebiu, Department of Geography. We thank you for coming, Prof. Honorable Benjamin Kingsley Kodia, DC in Sutakwama Beposo. Pozo, we thank you for coming. Madam Susanna Nkrumah, District Head Director. We thank you for coming. Mr. Victor Usu, CEO of Delta Capital. We thank you for coming. And all other traditional leaders and executives of Sutakwama Beposo. The constituency executives and others who came, we thank you all for coming to support the nominee. Very well, Adelaide, you are lucky. You came on International Women's Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The CEO of the Medical and Dental Council is here. Oh, yes, sir. Oh, okay. Thank you for coming, Registrar. Thank you. Yes. So, you're discharged now, but remember, today is International Women's Day. Let us see your show. Thank you. You're
Thank you
discharged.
too.
Yes. Hey.
So when do we end? When do we finish?
We were supposed to finish and